to Let's Talk About It with Amora. I am your host, Amora. This show was created to provide a space for real people to share why and how they ended their toxic relationship and how they've managed to move on and live a beautiful life. We all know that breakups are hurtful, no matter who initiates it. It's like going through a grieving process. You deal with emotions from anger to sadness to relief, and that cycle may repeat over and over until you get through this process. Just know that these emotions are normal and is needed to completely heal in order for you to move on and love again or enjoy a single lifestyle. These stories are created to help others get through their process. So please sit back, relax, and listen to real life stories of surviving a toxic relationship. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to our episode number 6 of Moving On After a Breakup. How is everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Hi there. I see you guys are just coming in. I am running a couple of minutes behind. So I'll just wait until more people enter the room. Hi, Devon, Kimberly, Spoken, Riri, Lottie. How y'all doing? We're supposed to have a young lady to come on today. I still have not heard back from her, Brittany. Brittany, if you're on, let me know so I can drop the link. I have not heard back from Brittany. Supposed to be today on the 10th. So if she pops up, you guys, I will bring her on the panel. If she doesn't pop up, we will just continue a conversation. Hi, Cynthia, Riri, Latanya, Trisha, Carla. Hey, Yetta. Hey, Cheryl, Miss Lady, Spoken. Hi, Des. Hey, Sonia, Rachel. I'm good, packing for the weekend, getaway. You're going to have some fun. Hi, Norma. Hey, Spoken. Yes, I am back. It was only a few minutes ago that we got off here. So we do have a young lady coming on tonight, or supposed to be, should I say. I am uncertain if she's coming because I did not get a confirmation from her. And that, makes me think that she may not come. However, what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop the link just in case someone else want to pull up to the panel and speak about their breakup. But until anyone come on the panel, I would like to talk a little bit about moving on after a breakup. Okay. So again, if Brittany comes up or if anybody else come up, we can continue the conversation in another direction. But for right now, I just want to talk a little bit about moving on after a breakup. Okay. From what I'm seeing, it seems to be very hard for people to let go because they're looking for some type of closure, or they're looking for their, what they call now is their lick back. Okay. People want their lick back, and their lick back is revenge. Basically, they want to get revenge on the person that hurt them, or they're looking for that person to apologize to provide them some type of closure. I'm here to tell you that sometimes it's best to just not try to look for the lick back and don't try to look for closure. Sometimes it's best to just dust your shoulders off, wipe your hands off, however you look at it, and keep it moving. Keep it moving. Your life should not stop. You should continue on healing. You should continue on living so you can eventually get to that space where you can love again, if that's what you choose. Because some people move on and do not choose to love again. They choose to just love themselves, and that is perfectly fine. But if you're waiting to get your lick back or looking for closure, it's going to take longer for you to heal, and you may even turn around and hurt yourself even more. Because sometimes getting your lick back may never happen. So I say don't even try to get your lick back. And what I'm noticing more than usual, because women are typically are the ones that try to get their lick back, right? But I'm seeing men are out there trying to get a lick back, trying to bring someone down, trying to drag someone through the mud. I've seen it more than once in these social media streets. We've seen it more than once. More than one guy is out here spewing all this stuff about their ex. It's almost like their cries are even louder than the women. I don't know if that's something that y'all been paying attention to, but I've seen it in relationships on these reality shows. I've seen it on Facebook, and I've also seen it here in these YouTube streets, that there are men that cannot handle the breakup, so they are the ones lashing out. I'm not saying females don't do it, but it's a little bit funny when you see it coming from a man, especially one that's steady saying they're not bothered, they're not in their feelings, they don't care, unbothered, all that stuff. But then you see them are the ones that's acting out, wanting to get their lick back, throwing out subliminals and stuff like that to try to bring down the other person, i.e., their ex, just because they want their lick back. Cynthia says, no revenge for me. I have adjusted my crown and realized that I was in love with words. Love is definitely an action word. I like that, Cynthia. She was in love with words. Or you can even, Cynthia, you can even say you was in love of, you was in love what you know, expectations, or in love with the what could have been, or what, you know what I mean, what you wanted it to be. So I definitely understand what you're saying. That's a feminine characteristics that these men who are doing these are displaying because of rejection. Yes, I totally agree. I totally agree. Normally you don't see the man. The man normally just pick up and be gone. Don't even think twice about the relationship even being over, right? They normally just fall into another relationship and carry on, and you back there. The woman is normally left crying and trying to figure out what's going on, you know, begging and calling the man, trying to figure out like, hey, did I mean anything to you? How can you just move on like that? But here lately, you know, I've noticed in these social media streets that men, it's harder for them to let go and move on. They are the ones that are not adjusting to the breakup and want their lick back. They're the one that want their lick back. Think it's some type of competition. I'm going to win. I'm going to win. You're not going to beat me. When you break up, there is no competition. Both of you guys lost. And that's what I think people need to realize. I'm going to turn this camera on because I want to speak to y'all a little bit more. All right. So, hey, how y'all doing? It's the same on me, same on me, same on me. So, I want to turn the camera on because I want to speak to y'all. What people seem to not realize is that in a relationship, once it ends, a divorce and all that stuff, who wins? No one. No one wins. There is no lick to get back. You both lost. A relationship is an investment. If y'all don't know that, you are investing your time, you are investing your heart, you invest in your soul, you invest in your love, your peace. It's an investment. And when you break it off, you have lost your investment. You lost money. When you put money, for those of you guys that put money into an account, right? You put money into an account, an investment account. I'm not talking about bank, because you put in the bank, 9 times out of 10, you may not lose. You may not gain, but you may not lose, right? Or should I say you may not gain a lot, but you also may not lose, okay? I don't know if this is on my face or is this on my screen. Do I have something on my face? Anyway, I see something black, but anyway, I'm letting that distract me. But when you put money into an investment account, there is a chance that you will lose or you will gain before you withdraw that money out. That is a marriage. That is a relationship. That is a commitment. Okay. You may not win. You may lose. Now, of course, we all want to win. Who wants to go into a relationship just to lose? No one. I know I don't. But have I? Yes. Yes, I've lost a lot. A lot. There is no winner. You get into a relationship with the hopes of growing as far as moving up financially, spiritually, mentally, emotionally. That's your goal, to increase in a relationship. When two people become one, they're doing that to increase. And guess what? When it don't work, when that one is separated and becomes two, that one person take a little bit with them. And I'm not talking about financial, I'm talking about overall. That one person take a little bit with them, the other person take a little bit with them. When I say a little bit, I'm saying financial is one, but your energy, when you break up, your energy, some of your energy is gone. And what I mean by your energy, that when you're in a relationship, you rock, you like, yes, 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 yes. You motivated, you on top of it, you ready for this thing to grow, grow, grow. When you break up, some of that energy goes down. You understand what I'm saying? You like, you just start feeling bad. You feel like you lost. You feel like a loser. I don't know anybody that has gotten a divorce. Well, now let me say not divorce, because divorce sometimes come way after the breakup. But I don't know no one that immediately broke up and felt like, oh, I won, I won, I won. I'm the winner. I'm the winner. There is no winner. Oh, Brittany's here. Okay. Hey, Brittany, I'm dropping the link. I'm dropping the link because I can go off on a rampage and keep talking, talking, talking. All right, I'm dropping the link. I don't know if you've ever used it before, Brittany, but all you got to do is just click on it. And then it's going to give you some type of instructions. You follow that, and then I'm going to see you backstage, and I'm going to bring you up top. Some of these men aren't equipped to handle a woman that's in true self, because they are used to women that allow them to treat them like doormats. Yes, Cynthia, that part. That part. You hear me? That part. Hold on. Should I take this? Let me see if this is Brittany. I'm not sure if it is. Hold on, you guys. Hello? Sorry about that, y'all. I thought that was Brittany. It wasn't Brittany. But anyway, I've learned the hard way. A man has one time he doesn't want me. Now I will say thank you, QC, for joining, for being a new member. Thank you so much, QC. Cynthia, I have been told, if a man tell you, or person, period, but right now we're talking about a man. If a man tell you he don't want you, what are you gonna do? You gonna make him want you? What did I hear this at? I don't know if it was TD Jakes or something like that. I think it was TD Jakes. He says, if a person can walk out your life, let them walk. If a person can walk out of your life, let them walk. I use this the same way. If a man tell you he doesn't want you, listen, take heed. Stop trying to cry, play sympathy, make this man want to stay with you. When the man tell you he don't want to be with you, I may ask them. Now, I will say this, Cynthia. I may say, which I haven't had to, but if I ever have to, I would say, hold on, let me make this clear. Let's sit down and have a conversation. Is this what you want? If they come back and say, yes, this is what I want, I'm going to may say it one more time. Are you sure this is what you want? If they say yes, then I'm out. I'm not staying where I'm not wanted. And if you want to leave, I'm not begging you to stay. I am not begging you to stay. If a man can walk out your life, let him walk. Stop begging people to stay. Stop begging people not to leave. That's actually, to be honest with you, that's the worst part of a relationship. I don't know if Brittany, are you the one that's supposed to be coming up? Can you just let me know? What is your last name? I don't think that's you. I don't think that's the Brittany, y'all. Hold on. No, that's not the Brittany. Unless you're going by a different name. But anyway, we'll wait for her to come. We'll continue to talk. If she comes, she comes. But I will say this. Men expect you to chase them. They want you to chase them when they say things like, when they try to, let me tell y'all something. When a man try to give you a scare tactic and say, I want a divorce, or I'm leaving, I'm done with this, you've been doing too much, I'm done, right? Oh, that's not the Brittany. My bad. I'm sorry. Okay. No worries. Thank you, Spoken. And let me shout out the member again. Here we go. QC in the house. Thank you so much, QC. You know I appreciate you guys so much. Sometimes men try to use it as a scare tactic, and women too. I'm guilty. Yeah, I told y'all I'm guilty. I'm gonna be transparent with y'all. I'm guilty. So women and men use it as a scare tactic, okay, which is not healthy. It is absolutely not healthy whatsoever. I say I would advocate against that at all costs. Don't use the word, and I learned this in counseling. Don't, just like they say, don't pull a weapon unless you're ready to use it. I'm sure y'all heard that. Don't pull a weapon unless you're ready to use it. Don't be playing around thinking you trying to scare somebody. If you ain't trying to fire that weapon, then don't grab it. Don't go get it. Don't be trying to scare nobody. Do not put your hand on the trigger and point that weapon at nobody. I say don't even pull it out the case if you are not prepared to use it. So don't use divorce as a scare tactic unless you are ready to get a divorce. Do you hear me? And I mean that with all honesty. Trust me, I mean that, okay? But we use it as a scare tactic, okay? Which should not happen. Absolutely shouldn't happen. But they do it to try to make people want to stay, beg them. Baby, don't go. Please don't go. Don't go. Why do you have to do that in your relationship? Why should a woman have to beg the man not to leave? And why should the man have to beg the woman not to leave? You're going to cry wolf one day, and that person going to be gone. You're going to cry wolf one day, and that person, that Mr. or that Mrs. going to be gone. People ain't staying around with your foolishness these days. Eventually, you're going to cry wolf, and you're going to have to answer to that. You're going to have to deal with those consequences. I want a divorce. I don't want to be with you no more. I'm tired of this relationship. I'm going to be with another person. Some people going to say, okay. Some people going to say, all right, do that. Some people going to make you eat your words. They're going to back you. You're going to back them into the corner, and they're going to say, okay, let's go. Let's do it. What do I sign? Let's go. Because I don't want to be with you no more. I'm going to divorce you. I'm going to divorce you. I'm going to divorce you for years and years and years. What do you think you're doing to that person? You breaking them down. You breaking them down. They feel like I don't have no loyalty here. I don't have no loyalty here. This person said they love me, supposed to be my ride or die, supposed to be my life partner. We supposed to be doing life together, and every time they get in an argument, they want a divorce. I don't want to be with nobody like that. Because that's what that person's going to say. I don't want to be with that person. I don't want to be with someone. I don't want to be with someone that we cool today, but because we get in an argument tomorrow, you want a divorce? Who wants to be with someone like that? Who? Who wants to be with someone that don't know if their marriage, their commitment is for real? I'm not crying. I'm just going to say, oh, okay, my heart is so hard when it comes to men because I've seen what my mom went through when I was coming up. I see what you're saying. So if a man tell you he gone, you saying, I'm not going to cry. I'm just going to say, okay. I'm going to tell you something, Lady V. And this is probably in your situation. When you've been hurt, some type of good, I ain't talking about no little bitty type of hurt. I ain't talking about no high school type of hurt. I ain't talking about that type of hurt. I'm talking about some hurt. Some hurt. When you've been hurt, you, my experience now, when you've been hurt, you can't be hurt again because you're not going to allow someone to get you that way. You're not even going to give that person your all, unfortunately, which is a bad thing, right? It's not good. I'm not going to sit here and say that's a good thing, right? It's a bad thing. Thank you so much, Lexi. Appreciate that membership. It's a bad thing to not give that next person your all because it's not their fault what that last person did to you. But it's hard, y'all. It's hard to be 100% vulnerable and give your all, or I'm going to say it's going to take years. It's going to take years. Man, they're going to have to knock down some walls. Do you hear me? Now, I'm not saying it'll never happen again. I'm saying it's going to take years, but you definitely will not go into that relationship open to love the way you should. I'm telling you that from experience. But once you find that person, and you will know because it will be a different breath of fresh air. Totally different breath of fresh air for you. You will know. And once you find out, then you the layers of the walls start coming down and 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 down. It'll come down. Not right away. Because when you've been stung like that, it's something about our blood. Like once we've been stung, you can't sting me again. Not you or no one else. I can't be stung again. It's almost like we become immune to that. I'm not going to feel that type of pain again. I love my husband. Do I think he can hurt me? After 15 years, I think he can hurt me. But will I lose 30 pounds like I did before? Hell no. I shouldn't say it like that. I love my boo. Get me right. I love my man. But I ain't losing no 30 pounds if we get a divorce. Life gonna go on. Life will go on. Now, do I want that? Am I wishing that? Hell no, I'm not wishing that. No, that's my best friend. I would be hurt, but I ain't lose. It won't be no 30 pounds type of hurt. Hell no. No, ma'am. And he knows that. He knows that. He know I love him. But he know I ain't missing no sleep. Now I may miss a night of sleep. I might be like, oh my God, what did we just do? But am I gonna stop eating and lose 30 pounds? Hell no. I'm not. Because if something happened to us, then that means it was really, really bad. And I probably don't need to be here, and he probably don't need to be here either. To be honest with you. Because now we're old enough, mature to be able talk things out. When I got a divorce the first 2 times before, I didn't know how to have no decent adult-like conversation. It was all childish and more like, I don't want to hear it. Oh, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You made your decision. I don't want to hear it. No, I would be more open to have conversations now. You know what I mean? We would have a heart to heart, but it wouldn't be, it would definitely not be no 30-pound freaking love lost diet going on. I don't think that I would lose no 30 pounds, and I don't think he would either. Thank you so much, the magician. I appreciate that. I appreciate y'all. Once I've been there, done that, looking at the 20% that I didn't have versus the 80% I had, he said he was done with me and my BS. I looked at myself and I got my ish together quick. I hear you, girl. And you brought up something. Girl, new day. You just brought up something. I do want to talk about that. I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you. People think, listen, oh my God, I'm so glad you brought that up. People think that a relationship, that everybody's supposed to be perfect, y'all. Some people think that the relationship's supposed to be flawless. Nobody in a relationship is flawless, the man or the woman. And what I mean by that is, if you got 80% of a man, I'm glad that a new day brought that up. Because if your man, and let me tell you, I got to sit up for this one, girl. Why you just say that? Because people think that your man's supposed to be everything. He's supposed to be perfect from your head to the toe, to the freaking to your fingernails. Oh Lord, I'm about to drop my dang on thing trying to move around. Can y'all still hear me? I'm dropping stuff over here. People think that you're supposed to have a perfect he or she. Okay. Somebody said how to become a member. I'll tell you in a minute, Cheryl, okay, baby? Or let somebody else tell her why I say this. There is no perfect he or she. There is no perfect he or she. You're not going to get everything out of that man that you want. Listen, I know your mama may have told you to write a list, right? Because I know, my adopted mama told us, write a list. Write a list of things that you love about that person. Write a list. Not even that. Write what you want out of a man. Write what you don't want out of a man, because you got to have those boundaries. Write it down. You may put all this stuff. I want him to be this. I want him to be this. I want him to be this. He ain't going to be all of that to you. I'm telling you, he is not, no matter what. Name one person. Tell me, I'm asking y'all. Do anybody that's listening to me right now have 100% of everything that you ever wanted in a man? I'm waiting. I'm going to read comments until y'all answer. You guys that's trying to join the membership, click the latest mem picture. I don't know what that means, but follow her directions. I'm supposed to be telling y'all. Just made it in, sis, what I missed. We're talking about relationships, men having problems moving on, women having problems moving on. And now I just asked the question. If in a relationship, have you ever had a man that had 100% of everything that you ever wanted out of a man? Somebody said, child, no. You won't. No matter how much you sit here and think that you are with the perfect man, he may be perfect for you, but he's not 100% of what you ever wanted. He's not. If he's at least 80%, cut the brother some slack, y'all. If he's at least 80%, somebody said, I got 85% of the guy I wanted. I love that, Miss Tanya. I think, you know what? Let me see. I'm a little bit higher than yours. I got about 95%, or maybe even 98, 95, 98. 95, 98. Now, I 100% believe that he is who I prayed to God about. Now, I didn't pray to God. Thank you, Cynthia. I do appreciate you guys so much. I really, really do. I didn't pray to God and say, God, send me a man that's this. I did not do that. Not this time. I did that before, but I did not do that this time. I did not pray to God to send me a particular type of man. Now, brace yourself when I tell you what I did. I prayed for God to prepare me, to fix me, fix my heart, fix the hurt, the pain, fix me, prepare me, build me, mold me into the man you want me to be with. Mold me for the man, should I say. That's what I asked for. I said, Lord, prepare me for the man that you want me to be with. Now, what I did not know, what I didn't know is that he was going to do a whole 180 on a sister. He changed me. God changed the type of person I was. I was this, I'm independent. I don't need no man. I got this. I don't need you to do nothing for me. Blah, 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 blah. Mouthy. I was, ooh, Lord. He changed me because I asked him to. Mm-hmm. He prepared me. He prepared me. So I do believe that I am with who I'm supposed to be with. I honestly, wholeheartedly believe that. But is he everything that I've ever wanted in life? No, and he knows it. Shoot, I wish I had a man that would massage my feet every day, and he won't, even though he lied and told me he would. He didn't say my feet. This man told me. He said, I'm going to give you a massage every day for the rest of your life. That's what he told me. If I bring it up to him now, he said, damn, I wish I would have never said. He said, I wish I would have never told you that because you always bring it up. Come here, babe. Come here. Okay, you don't have to get on camera. Just say something. Come here. Just come here, baby. Come here. Please. I just want you. You ain't got to get on camera. Did you tell me that you was going to give me a massage every day for the rest of my life? Why'd you tell me that? Why'd you tell me that?
I actually meant it until I found out how much work it was going to be.
You meant it? Did you hear this man? He said he meant it until he found out how much work it's going to be. And did you tell me that you wish you would have never told me that before?
Oh, yeah. But you bring it up all the time.
He says I bring it up all the time. But I still love you even though I don't get my massages every day.
I'm going to get you some food.
Okay, I do appreciate you. Love you. You know they say you my butler. You Bentley. So y'all heard my husband. He told me, oh my God, this joker said, this is before we married, y'all. He said, I'm going to give you a massage every day for the rest of your life. That didn't happen, y'all. That didn't happen. And still ain't happened. It's funny because I was like, damn. And he told me, he said, I prayed and asked God that if he allowed me to have you, I will be the man that God want me to be. He said that to me. That's another how he got me too. He was like, when he told me that, I was just like, well, he said, I prayed to God. Yes, I'm telling them all. I'm telling it all. Hey, baby, did you say it or did you write it in a letter? He told me he don't remember. He said, I prayed to God and asked God that if he allowed me to have you, that I will. How did he say? He said, I prayed to God and asked him to allow me to have you. And if he let me have you, I would treat you the way he want me to, meaning the way God want him to treat a woman. Now I will say that he fulfilled that 100%. He does treat me good. I can't even lie, y'all. Now some days I tell him he the worst person in the world, but I just be mad at that moment. He's definitely not the worst person in the world. Absolutely not. Not even He's not worse at all. I just be mad because that Gemini come out. I'm not seeing no comments, y'all. What's going on? Hold on. Let me test. Test. Sometimes this happen where I don't see no comments. Yeah, I can't even see my own comment. Oh, I see it now. Somebody make a comment right quick. Let me see if I see it. I may have to go out. Oh, it says an error occurred. Oh, something's going on. Something is going on. I don't see no comments. I'm going to go out and come back in. Hold on one second. Are y'all still there? Somebody make a comment. Let me see. I'll call this person back. Oh, what is it telling me? Is something going on with the computer? I don't see any comments. Can y'all hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, okay. I see you, Heather. I see it. It says testing. I don't know what's going on. That's the only comment I've seen like in the last, I don't know, since a new day made a comment. She said, I got 85%, but it took me working on myself, therapy, and holding myself accountable to realize what I have. Yes. Sometimes we need to realize what we have. We want perfection. We want that person to be perfect. There is no perfect person. You're not perfect to him, and he's not perfect to you. Just not happening. No way. Is my husband perfect? No. Is he perfect for me? He all right. He good. Sometimes we think the grass is greener on the other side, but we don't realize it's just a shadow. I'm sure y'all heard that. I'm sure y'all heard that. I have 85%, and over the years, we built to 95%. Yes. That's what's up. My prayer is that God create someone just for me and then send him to me. He got to create him, then he going to send him to you. He's there. He's already out there. I did too, and it says blocked or report. Huh? What happened? Something's going on with the computer. I don't know what though. Something got to be going on. Let me see. I see people saying they getting error messages. Oh, okay. I see all these comments. Oh my God. I did not see these before, y'all. I can hear you. I can't hear you. I can hear you. Oh, the messages moving slowly. It's saying error, sending messages. I can hear you. Okay, let me go back, y'all. I missed all these comments, y'all. I'm so sorry. I don't know what was going on. Okay, Roberta said that it's a loss and you definitely grieve after relationship. And let me expound on that. You grieve after a relationship just like you would grieve, from a death. Like you are so right. You grieve after a relationship. Yes, it's a loss. And for people to say, "Oh, I'm not bothered. I'm not mad. I'm good. I'm healed. Like those are lies. You are bothered. You are bothered. You just had this person in your life for a while. It feels different. You had companionship with this person. You woke up to this person. You went to sleep with this person. Of course, you're going to feel weird. Of course, you're going to feel different. Yes. And to portray complete happiness is fake. Mm-mm. No, no one is happy. Not completely. You may be happy that you might not be in a situation that you was in, but you still feel sadness of a breakup, because that breakup, especially if you got a child involved, Lord Jesus, that sadness come in of, I failed at something. I could not make this work. Nothing in me could make this work. Yes, people want to make their relationships work. Of course, who wouldn't? Why would you get into a relationship if you don't want it to work? Of course you want it to work. I had to work on myself from my previous traumas. Yes, Tanya. Yes. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. We always had great uncles, multiple great uncles. I see the era saying service is unavailable. Are y'all good now? My great aunt used to say it takes 4 men to make up for one good man. I've heard this before. I've heard this. One for financial support, one for good sex, one for compassion, caring, and a great communicator, and one for a handyman. Yes, I've heard that. Hey, now I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't want 4 men. Oh my God. Can you imagine having 4 men? Let me block this person because somebody's in here calling me Nasty Nate. Let me just ban them right on up out of here. Okay. I don't know if that's a good thing, but I did hear that. Put it up on your TV and go to the main page for more, and it will be at the top right of the page, and click join and follow the directions. Thank you so much, Sonia. What does this say? I think it sent my message about 3 times. It may, because something was going on. I don't know what was going on. Yes, I got that person out of here. Thank you, Riri. Thank you, Andrea. Mrs. Dunn, appreciate that membership. We could hear you. It was just the comments. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I guess I have to be on a computer. It's not working on my phone. Yes, I grieved a 3-year relationship that felt like death. Mine was 7 years, the magician. So I feel you. 7 years. I felt like I lost air. Man, let me tell you. When I tell you that freaking what was it? Is it Key Sweat? Who seen? Oh no, R. Kelly. R. Kelly. I can't live, baby. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't think. I can't do this without you in my life. Without you in my life. That's how I felt. I was just like, how do I go on? Like, oh my God, the things that ran through my mind, I just was like, oh my God, what have I done? And I blame myself because it kind of was my fault in a way. I blame myself. I was like, oh man, like what did I do? I just broke up my whole entire family. What did I do? So listen, yes, but I took accountability. However, I'm glad we ended up getting a divorce, because had I stayed, I would have stayed with the shenanigans. And that's the being called the black bees and this, that, and the other. I didn't deserve that either. I didn't deserve that either. It's just at the time when I threatened, I'm going to divorce you, I should not have said it then, but I should have said it. You know what I mean? He just called me on my bluff. He called me on it. Okay. Okay. Service was unavailable every time I tried to send something. Yes, I think we back good now. Oh, it says L. Harris is from Chatty Group. Block her. Yeah, I got rid of her. Come over here. Don't even want to hear about my relationships. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Married 15 years and together 21. I've learned 80% of happiness is worth it. Yes, you ain't gonna get 100%, baby. 80% is good. 80% is good, women. 80% is good. Ain't nobody perfect out there. I'll get my daughter to help me when she gets here because, Lord, I feel slow right now. Did you see Bree post about the threat? No, I didn't see it. I'll go look though later. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you. Yeah, something was going on with the system. Is she being threatened again? I'm going to take a look and see. After my divorce, it took a long time before I could listen to the song played at my wedding. They were triggers. Oh my God. I don't know if I had that. I don't know if mine was that bad. Well, it was bad now, but I don't know about the songs wasn't a trigger. No, that wasn't a trigger for me. Like you said before, that hurt ain't no freaking joke. No, ma'am, that hurt ain't no joke. Let me tell you. Let me tell you how you know you hurt. You know you hurt anyway. But when you going around when someone has messed with your mental, your psychic, you know what I'm saying? Tell you ain't gonna be nothing. You ain't jack. Ain't no man gonna want you, and you get all of that. You feel down on yourself. You don't even feel like you worthy. You don't feel like you pretty. You don't feel like you smart enough. You don't feel like you good enough. So guess what you do? I don't know if y'all did, but I know I did. You go around asking your friends stupid questions like, do you think I'm worthy? Do you think I'm smart? Am I dumb? Do you think I'm dumb? Do you think that I'm ugly? Do you feel like I'm unattractive? Until you had that one friend that tell you, girl, snap out that shit. Snap out of that shit. Get that out your head. Stop letting what that man told you eat you up. Snap out of it. You tripping right now. Why are you asking me these things? You know you smart. You know you attractive. You know you intelligent. You ain't no dummy. Snap out of it. And listen, that's what you need to do. Tell your girlfriend that's going through this to snap out of it. Help them get out of it. Girl, listen to yourself. Look in the mirror and ask yourself that. Because you find yourself needing that validation. You find yourself asking all the shit he told you, ain't nobody gonna want you. You find yourself questioning that. Even with guys, you be joking with them and stuff. If you want in a relationship, would you date me? The guy be like, hell yeah. And you be like, you just saying that. And they be like, no, for real, I would. You be like, you just saying it. No, I would. I would date you in a heartbeat. And you thinking to yourself, damn, this man just said he'll date me. But your ex told you wouldn't nobody date you, wouldn't nobody want you. You would never do better than him. You find yourself questioning that. Thank you so much, Michelle. I appreciate you, girl. I think that's a super chat. I've heard people say that. So we just gonna say it's a super chat. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Somebody said Mary J. Blige got me through. Somebody said it's on her story. She says she won't shut up no matter how many threats she receives. Been grieving from separation of my marriage since 2017 of 15 years. Still single while he's on third woman since. But I'm good. I refuse to settle this time. Ooh, genuine. Girl, grieve as long as you need to. But don't waddle. Don't waddle. If he's on third woman since then it may not be you, baby girl. It may just be him. If he's on a third girlfriend since your separation in 2017, it might just be him. It's him. You might be all right. You might just be all right. Let him be somebody else's problems. But hopefully, the more you listen on this station, on this channel, this podcast, hopefully we can help you get over it. All of us, we can team together and help you get through it. A breakup is hard. But let me tell you, let me go back to you right quick. Let me tell you what I think that will help you get through a breakup. And I'm being all honesty. And you may need counseling for this. You may need it. But you have to tell yourself, one, you are the prize. Okay. You tell yourself he lost you. He lost you. And you got to start loving yourself. You got to build yourself up and love yourself. I had to do that. I had to start saying, you know what? I am worthy. I'm a decent woman. Bring out all the decent stuff in you. It's hard for us to brag about ourselves, but you got to reach deep down in there and find out all the good qualities that you have. Write them down if you need to. I'm intelligent. I'm compassionate. I'm empathetic. I'm caring. I'm loving. I'm giving. Keep on. Keep on. I'm a motivator. I'm an inspiration. Keep on. Keep on. Keep on. Write all of that down and say to yourself, what person wouldn't want this? What person wouldn't want this? What person wouldn't want me? Then you also have to think too. Sometimes people come in your life for a season. Don't mean that you guys were always supposed to be together. It's an unfortunate thing. It sucks. It don't sound great. It hurts. But look at it as, okay, there was a reason God placed this person in my life. What was that reason? Was it to bring you your daughter? Was it to bring you your son? Was it to help you through school? Was it to help you through a trauma? What was the reason that you were supposed to be with this person? That was the season, right? That season's over. Time to change the chapter. Turn the page. It's going on to the next chapter in your life. Sometimes we have to just say that. It's not that they was a bad person. What I had in that person was what I was supposed to have, and now it's time for us to move on. And even if they move on and love someone perfectly, that's fine. They would. That's what they were supposed to do. You have to start looking at things like that. That's what they're supposed to do. And then I'm gonna go on, and I'm gonna love someone. This virtual thing is getting on my nerves. Is it getting on y'all nerves? Is it like in and out? It looks, I don't know what it's doing. I don't know why it's doing that either. Anyway, it probably just bothering me. Miss Tanya said it's time to stop grieving because why are you letting them have that much power and control over your life? It took me 3 years too. Now, I ain't even gonna lie. It took me 3 years for me to really love me. That's what I had to do. I had to fall in love with me. And falling in love with me had me talking to myself. Falling in love with me had me saying, I am not that dummy that he called me. I'm not that stupid girl that he called me. I'm not that L7 that he called me. I'm not weird that he called me. You got to denounce all those ugly, nasty words that person said to you. And you got to realize that is not who you are. And then, like I said, you got to write down the attributes that you have, the qualities that you have. And let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Let me be honest. If you don't have the qualities, go get them. Let me explain. When my ex-husband and I got a divorce, I was 29 years old. I only had a high school diploma. I didn't even have a high school diploma. Let me take that back. I didn't graduate from high school. I had a GED. A general education is what I had. A GED certificate is what I had. With some college classes. I did have some college classes, but I had a GED with some college classes. But guess what I did? I worked on me. I had lost a lot of weight, so I had to gain my weight back. So I started going to the gym and eating. gained my weight back, my hair started growing back, my skin started glowing. I enrolled myself back in school and said, I am not going to stop until I'm done. So I ended up getting a college degree after my divorce. I wasn't the person I am now when I was married to my ex 21 years, 21 years ago, 20 years ago, 20 years ago, almost 21 years ago. I didn't have a degree. I didn't have no education. I had a GED. That's it. So even, and then if you don't have the qualities that you think that you need to get the type of man that you want, go get the qualities. Go get them. Go get them. That's what I did. I said, I want a more intellectual man. I want a man that thinks before he speaks. That's careful with his words. I wanted a man that was a little bit more posed, not just a loose cannon and just say things to hurt your feelings just because. I don't want to be with nobody like that. So I wanted a man, a strong, more intellectual man. So guess what I did? I started reading books and I took my black butt back to school. That's what I did. And got me together. I got me together. You need to get you together. If that's going to get an education, dressing better, losing weight, going to the gym, going to counseling, get your mind right, get your body right, get your soul right. If it takes doing that, go fix on you. Use this time. Don't try to date. Fix yourself. Fix yourself. I hear a lot of women saying, because I have girlfriends that's like this. Let me take a drink. I hear a lot of women say, he better take me to where I am. I know how they say, he better take me the way I am. I ain't changing for nobody. If a man want to be with me, he better accept me for who I am. Nah. Mm-mm. That is not how we should be thinking. That is not how we should be thinking. There is nothing wrong with working on yourself to become a better you. Let me say that again. There is nothing wrong with working on yourself to become a better you. And if that's going to the gym, getting ourselves together, cutting back on the disgusting food that we put in our bodies, because we do, and I do too, going to get some education, even if it's going to the library and read some self-help books, you're still becoming educated in something, right? Never have that. He better just accept me the way I am. If he don't want to be with me for the way I am right now, then he can keep it moving. Okay. Might be single a little while longer. Because I'm just telling you, there's nothing wrong with becoming a better version of you. And that may even be sometimes just changing the circle that you're around. You may be around a totally toxic circle. Your girlfriends hate on everybody that you go out with, always talking down about somebody that like you, always have something to say. Your circle could be negative. You may change your circle, change your church, change things about you, but that he better accept me just the way I am. He don't like me, he can keep it moving. That mentality might keep you single. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You want him to be good, you got to say to yourself, am I offering him what he's offering me? I don't mean it needs to be the same thing. If he got a degree, you need to have a degree. If he in shape, you need to be in shape. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying have something to offer. Have something to offer. We shouldn't just be thinking we don't need to offer him nothing because I'm a woman and he a man. Okay. Have something to offer. Great conversation, companionship. I even say, good. I say great conversation. I said that. Learn how to cook if you don't, you know what I mean? He need to know, whatever, like whatever it is that you desire in a man, have something to offer him as well as him offering that something to you. It don't have to be the same thing, but I do think that y'all should be somewhat on the same level. It shouldn't be like, he got so much to offer you and you only got a little bit to offer him, or he got a little bit to offer you and you got a whole lot to offer him. It need to be on a little equal playing field. It don't have to be equal like this, but it need to be a little on the equal playing field. Let me tell you something my husband told me. I have a girlfriend told me, "Ooh, Amor, you shouldn't have got with him. Ain't no man gonna ever say that to me." But I'm gonna tell you what he said. And I told her, because that's what we do as women. Sometimes we tell our friends things that's in our relationship. We probably shouldn't, but we do it. We do it. Now, as we get a little older, we do it less and less and less and less. But when you younger, you tell your girlfriend things that piss you off in your relationship. You do it. Don't sit here and say you don't, because you know you don't. You do. You know you do. I did. Yeah, all my girlfriends I ever talked to knew my business back then. But anyway, my husband told me, and I told my friend this. Had I listened to my friend, then we still friends to this day. But had I listened to her, my husband and I wouldn't be together. Let me tell you, I said, Jay told me that if I wasn't an officer, that he wouldn't have dated me. Okay, now let me explain. Okay, in the military, officers can't date enlisteds, and enlisteds not supposed to date officers. My husband had never dated an officer before, because we were both enlisted before, and then we changed to officers. My husband had never dated an officer. He always dated enlisteds. I was the first officer that he dated. He told me, had you not been an officer, I wouldn't have dated you. Okay. I told my friend that. She says, he only dates you because you was an officer. Girl, you should let him go. I said, why? I wouldn't have dated him if he wasn't no officer. I said, so how can I get mad because he told me he wouldn't have dated me if I wasn't an officer, when I wouldn't have dated him if he was an officer? Let me break that down even a little further. You may say to yourself, I'm not going to date a man that make less than 100K, and I'm just throwing that number out there. Let's just say you make 100K, and you say, I'm not going to date a man that make less than 100K. I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with that. You got to have some standards somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? Now, don't do nothing crazy. Don't set your standards up so high that it can't be reached. That's crazy. But I don't see anything wrong with setting a standard and letting that person know. He told me I wouldn't have dated you if you wasn't an officer. That did not bother me. I ain't no gold digger, but I would never date a broke man. I would have never dated a broke man. I would have never dated a man in between jobs. I just wouldn't. I don't want no man. If I'm not in between jobs, I'm not about to date a man that's in between jobs. I'm the type of girl that I like a man that's going to match me where I'm at. Match me where I'm at. Offer me what I can offer you, or maybe a little more. I'm not talking about on no financial level. I'm just saying I'm not about to date a broke man. You ain't got to be rich. You ain't got to be rich. But you can't be broke. I'm not about to date a broke man. Not at all. I'm not interested. I would not dare. I'm in between jobs right now. Turn off. And that's just me. That's me, y'all. If y'all do that, that's fine. You got to do what you got to do to make you happy. Me, that's a number automatic turn off to me. Even a man that tell me, I'm not seeing like the other day I went to the barbershop and the guy told me the baby mama's keeping him from seeing his, I think it was either 9 years old or 13-year-old, however the girl, I mean, it was a boy actually. However the boy was, He said he ain't seen his child in 3 years. In 3 years, he ain't seen his child. Turn off. Turn off. I probably have so many turn off. I am not interested in dating a man that is not active in his child's life. Totally turn off. Like, we can't even have another conversation. What are we about to conversate about? Like, I don't respect you. I don't respect you. It's hard. I can't communicate with you like that, and I don't respect you. I don't respect you. It's nothing that what are we about to talk about? Because I'm gonna be like this. Have you talked to your son? Did you call your son today? Did you call your baby mama and tell your baby mama that you want your son on the phone? He gonna hate me by the time I'm finished with him. Because every conversation, I'm telling you. So did your son call? Did you talk to did your baby mom let you talk to your son today? Did you try to FaceTime him? Did you try to hit him up on social media? Like, he would hate me. He'll be like, I ain't calling that girl no goddamn gonna mo. She keep on asking me about my son. Why does she care so much? I ain't dating no dude that's not active in that is number one turn off for me. That's probably number one. Number two, maybe I'm in between jobs. Mm-mm. I'm in between jobs right now. Nah. Had his mama sign the papers. Had his mama sign for the papers. I love her to life. Somebody said, is anybody here into the podcast? What do you mean? You mean, is somebody here to speak? Is that what you mean? The young lady, Brittany, was supposed to come. She didn't. I can drop the link if anybody want to come up. Let me know. Yes, major turn off. Major turn off. You have to take care of yourself. In between jobs, they shouldn't even be dating until they had themselves together. That's how I feel. If you in between jobs, you need to be in between relationships. Unless y'all already in a relationship now, that's a difference. That's a difference. Now, what I'm saying is a difference. If you already, do I need to delete this person? Who is James Tippins? Anyway, I may be deleting him in a minute, depending on what else he say. But let me just say this: if you're already dating and a dude fall on hard times, this, that, and the other, he in between jobs, that's acceptable. Okay. I'm gonna work with you because that's where, I met you, where I knew where you were at the time, right? But if we're not dating and I'm just meeting you, no, it's not the right time. Do I need to delete this James Pippin dude, y'all? Okay, somebody said block him. That's it, James. Bye, James. I don't know what you're trying to do, but you about to be going up out of here. Where you at? Did y'all hide him already? Good Lord, y'all fast. Good Lord, where you at? Y'all done got rid of James. I don't even see him no more. Oh, yeah, here you go. James said, let me tell you what he said, y'all. He said, repent and believe the gospel. Then he said, come to Jesus and be saved. Somebody said he be in a lot of chats or more. He's a pastor. Well, what are you coming over here for? So am I blocking him or no? Because it looked like you're saying don't block him. Is that what you're saying? Let me know if I need to be blocking this person. I see Spoken say block him. I see Tanya say block him. Am I blocking this dude? I'm blocking him. I'm sorry, James. I don't have nothing against you being no pastor, but you just come over here blurting out stuff. He gone. I will never understand how women date men who doesn't have a strong bond with their children. I know one, and the guy has 4 kids. She told me it don't have nothing to do with her. And I said, what? He don't see his children. And she said it has nothing to do with her. That don't have nothing to do with me. But he helped her take care of her 3. Tony Gaskin is good at the male perspective in relationship. He has a high. Oh, the one that I just blocked. I thought it was James. Oh, I know who you're talking about. That's a different guy. I do know who you're talking about, magician. A job is non-negotiable for me. You have to be employed or something on your business, something. You got to be, you can't be in between jobs. I'm looking for something. I'm looking for something. Mm-mm. Yes, it is different if you're already together. If you're already together, work with them if you can. You know what I'm saying? Kimberly, that part. It's up to you to be, it's up to you, but he be coming in other content creators and reacting chats and reacting, okay. Yeah, well, I blocked him. Gaskin was dog and Bree at first. Was that the same guy? That's how I feel. I feel that a man that don't take care of his own kids and come in and try to take care of yours, like it's just weird to me. Now, my son father did that. My son father was not a father to his son, but he went to go be a father to another child, which whatever, right? But he wasn't a father to his son. And he says, "Oh, I'm just gonna wait till he get older, and then I'm gonna explain to him everything that happened." Well, my son's still waiting, and he's 32. But my son, he don't call my husband dad, but he respects him as his dad. He kind of said, "That's my dad," like that, but he don't call him. He don't say, "Hey, dad." He say, "Hey, Jay." But when he talking to somebody else, he would introduce my husband as his dad. "Hey, man, here's my dad." You know how it is. So my husband's been more of a dad to him than his own daddy. But I do think, sometimes we, us women, we don't work on ourselves enough. Like Latoya Foster husband, he has other kids and will not take care of them. Really? Oh hell no. I couldn't be with him, but I couldn't be with him for other reasons too. I'm not into, now this is just my preference. Of course, people different strokes for different folks. I'm not into drug dealers, drug users, alcohol abusers, physical domestic abusers, cheaters, manipulators, um, devil worshippers. Is there any? Did I leave any out? I'm not. You ain't got to be perfect, but those things, yeah, no. I'm not in. I'm not into somebody that just gonna allow drugs, alcohol. I'm not gonna say mental abuse because we all suffer from some type of mental abuse, right? But you know what I'm talking about. Like, if you got childhood traumas, I'm gonna need you to work on them. I'm gonna need you to go get counseling. Most Black people do have childhood traumas, but you're not about to bring me down with your childhood traumas. If I met a man that had childhood traumas, I would definitely tell, now I'm married, so I'm past all that. But if I was still in the dating scene and if I met a man that had childhood traumas, I would tell him he needs to go work on his childhood traumas. I would definitely tell him that. I would encourage him. I would even say, I'll go with you. I'll sit out in the lobby with you. Something. But you're going to have to work on that. It ain't no, you're not going to be able to say, I'm good. No. That ain't going to be good enough for me. Some guys have strained relationship with their children, especially if they've had mothers poison them against them. How can a mother poison you against your child? Explain that to me. How can a mother poison the child against you or you? How can that happen? And the reason why I say that is because kids, when they get about 14, 15 years old, they start asking questions, probably a little earlier than that. Probably maybe 13, 12, 13, 14. They start asking questions, right? And they're going to want to know the other person's, they're gonna want to know the other person's answer. They're not just going to say, oh, mommy, he's a bad person. He's a bad dad, this, that, and the other. They're going to want to know from dad why dad is not around. They're going to want to know from mom why mom is not around. They're not taking the other person's word after they get a certain age. It just don't happen. I'm telling you, they ask questions. They ask questions. They say, okay, mom, I hear you, but I want to talk to my dad. I want to see what my dad got to say. They ask questions. I've seen it before, and as in the end, it seems that the child that's there in the end, the ones that they put on that pedestal, give them the butt to kiss. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if you responded to someone or what. There is a group I'm in that this guy has begged, bribed, and battered to be with his children's life, and the mama has told the kids that the dad doesn't want them, but the children are young. Now, I do believe if the kids are young, you're right, Tanya. If they're young, I do believe that the mother can keep the child from the dad. I do believe that. But as a teenager, I find that hard to believe because these teenagers be asking questions. And maybe because I've never tried to keep my kids from their father. Never. And maybe that's why my kids ask questions. Because I remember my son said, Mom, I want to go stay with my dad. And I'm like, I'm thinking, shoot, your daddy don't want you over there. But he said, Mom, I want to go stay with my dad. And I'm thinking, boy, your daddy don't want you over there. I didn't tell him, but I was thinking, boy, your daddy don't want you over there. You gonna interrupt his life. But kids be wanting to go, honey. If they live with you majority of their life, they want to switch up. That's just how it is. They want to see if the grass is greener on the other side because they think it is. They think it is. And then when they get there, they be like, can you come get me, please? Come get me, mama, please. Because they don't know. Any reason used to be an absent parent is an excuse. Parental rights allow both parents to be active. That's true. Very much so. Yes, beautiful queen said they sure do ask. They ask questions. That's why, even with this LaTrue situation, and when he tells his fans that he's not in his 15-year-old daughter's life, is because somebody poisoned him or um, turned her against him. Hogwash. Have y'all ever heard that word? I don't even know how to spell it. Let me see. I've just heard it so many times. Hogwash. Let me see how you spell it. I've heard it so many times in the military. Okay. Hogwash. 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 That means nonsense. Nonsense. Freaking nonsense. Hogwash. Oh, Townsend said they be asking earlier than that. They're asking questions earlier than that, to be honest. They want to know. Mom, where's dad? Mom, why dad don't come see me? Mom, why you and dad are not together? What happened? Mom, why can't I go visit dad? They ask questions. People always want to scream bitter baby moms, but a lot of times it be them. Yes. I think that's what you're saying. It be them daddies. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tanya, why don't the man go to court? If the kids are young, listen, I know for a fact that a judge these days, not back in the day, but these days, they ain't listening to a mother say the daddy can't see his child unless there's some other stuff going on. And it don't cost no money. Don't think that you got to go to court just to see your child. You can petition the child support people or what have you do it. I don't know how I was done, but it's some way that you can do it. You just got to do some research that you can go and get custody, joint custody, or some type of parental rights of your child, unless you got something going on with your life that that the court's not gonna entertain you. They're gonna say no. I side with the mom. If you're the child's father, a mother can't keep the child from you just because she don't like you. That's what the courts are for. Right. And there are a lot that have been told so much stuff that nothing dad says change anything. Somebody say drop the link. Okay. Come talk to me. I need to know. Teens turn on a parent trying to turn them against the other parent. I've heard that too. Exactly. Why don't he go to court? Because he can get a court order. The court sees fit or deem that he's fit to see his children, meaning as long as he's not a pedophile or something like that. Yes, that's true. That's how I look at it. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate you so much. Y'all know y'all coming through. And I love y'all for it. My siblings and I watched our dad beat my mom all the time, but he never treated us bad. He always came through for us. Since he's sobered up, he's became an even better father to us. We love our dad. That's a beautiful story. That's absolutely beautiful. Ooh, that was a lot to go through. I had to change it to a desktop mode. LOL. Is that what it was? But thank you. Appreciate you. I follow him too. This was in the beginning when RH was going hard to make her wrong, for he used snippets for content. Then when RH made the unalive comment to her dad, he switched. Hey Nora,
Hey, Mar.
how are you?
I am good. Like, I'm always sitting back in the background. I be having a lot to say.
Well, I'm so glad you came up here. It's the first time I've seen you up here. Well, not seen you, but you know what I mean. Heard
Yes,
you up here.
ma'am. Yes,
Okay, what
ma'am.
you got, Nora? Talk to me. Let's
Um,
talk about it.
so let's talk about it. So, like, with the people say that the baby mom can poison the kid's mind. I
Uh-huh.
know from my own personal experience. So me and my husband, we've been together for since I've been 15 and I'm 33 now. And but we've
Since
been
you've been
married.
how old? You were
I'm
how old?
30 I'm 33 now.
And y'all got together at what age?
I was 15.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, so we've been together, off and on. We went through the little issues, got through it, got past. He actually, my mom always told me, which my mom, like both of my parents are gone, but my mom always told me when a man really wants you, he'll change for you. And my husband did just that. So he did a
Yeah.
whole 360 to keep me in his life, and now we married. Next year will
Mm-hmm.
be 5 years.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you. So, um, he has an older child.
Okay.
He, um, he's always been in his child life, but when he got involved with me, he was told by his BM to that he had to choose me or his kid.
Okay.
And from there, of course, he stayed with me, but it wasn't like he was choosing me over his kid. He just felt like you don't have that kind of control over my life to where you can tell me I can't be in my kid's life and be with who I want to be with.
Right.
And so from there, it went to, oh, she really started keeping the kid away. She would feed him lies. And my husband always been the type to provide. It went from because he was with me. It went to putting him on child support. So we not even knowing he was on child support. We didn't even know about child support until his taxes was taken.
Okay.
Um, and we went through the process. She went through DCF to get the child support or whatever. So she never went through the courts to get child support. That's why we didn't know about it. When we found out about it, we started working on paying his child support up, getting caught back up. And then probably like a year after we got married, we did the whole custody thing in court to
Mm-hmm.
for him to be able to see his son. Now his son will be 18 this year.
Okay.
We got custody part half time. Well, we got like custody
Joint
part
custody.
time.
Joint
Part
custody.
Yes, part time.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Because they lived in a different county than we did. But
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
during that process, when we was going through the court, she was trying to put out that my husband was abusive to her. Oh, he was this, he was that. When we walked into the courtroom, her lawyer would literally stand in front of us like he'll be trying to block as if my husband used to abuse her and stuff like that. And she
Oh
wanted
my
to
God, he
use that.
played it.
Yeah, so she wanted to use that as like try to think they wasn't gonna grant him any custody. But
Right,
he caught up with his child support, so of course they was gonna give him custody.
right.
So one of her demands was, "Oh, I feel like you should spend time with your son away from your wife and your other kids first, so you can get back to knowing your son." At this
Mm-hmm.
point, the son is like 15 years old at this point, or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. Um, So he agreed to that, which it kind of made me mad because I'm like, we won. He still got to know this side of his family. He got siblings over here. He still have to, create that bond with us. After a couple of weeks, he started coming around, whatever, and he got real disrespectful towards me.
So
And
now
I
wait a
did
minute. Let me ask you something. You said who suggests that he spend time away from you just to
the
get the bond?
mom, the mom,
Oh, I thought you said the judge. She ain't got no say.
the mom said that in court.
So she
She
don't have
wanted.
a. Oh, so did the judge agree to that?
They agreed to it.
So
They
wait a
asked,
minute. Hold on. You say you guys were married
yes,
and the judge agreed that your husband should spend time with his son away from you.
yes.
Wow.
So he was getting him. They would go to places, and, me and my kids were still home. And he was doing that and everything or whatever. And then like we ended up moving to the same county that they lived in.
Mm-hmm.
So my husband was still picking him up, bringing him to the house and everything, whatever. Now, never mind, go back to say she was in court acting like she was so scared of my husband. My husband used to abuse her, whatever she tried to put as the narrative in court. But then when we bought our first house in the same community after she found out where we lived at, she moved into the same community as us. So she was not even like maybe 30 seconds away from us. So her excuse to
30
doing that,
seconds. Wow. So then y'all live together almost.
it seemed like that. So her excuse for doing that was, "Oh, thought it would just make it more easier for you to, be able to be around your son or whatever, whatever." So he started coming to the house or whatever. And one day he just got real disrespectful with me, called me out my name, cussing me out. Now this is a child, cussing me
Mm-hmm.
out, whatever, whatever. So of course my husband kind of got on him about that. Like, you're not
As
gonna
he
disrespect my
should.
wife. You're not gonna do all that, whatever. And me and my husband already knew why he was doing it because pretty much his mom told him that. He'll call his mom while he's here at my house. He'll FaceTime her. Let's see what's going on in my house. She looking through my house while he got her on FaceTime. It was just all types of stuff. So my husband was like, "What is your problem?" And he was like, "You was never there for me." He was like, "That's not true. I always tried to be there for you, but your mom always kept you away. And that's why I did what I had to do, which is go through court to get custody to be able to spend time with you." So pretty
Mm-hmm.
much she was feeding him lies, saying, "Oh, when we got married. Oh, they didn't even want you a part of their wedding. She showed him pictures of me, him, the kids at the wedding. He knew every color. He knew everything about our wedding, which I felt like that was very odd because he could have been a part of the wedding, but because she was being so bitter and she was just so mad that he chose to be with me. And the crazy thing, I didn't even tell you, she's married.
And she
So
did all. Did she have other kids?
she has at that time she just had one baby. No, two. She just had another son. Now she has three kids. Um, so my husband, he kept saying, "Oh, you don't want me, you don't want me, you don't want me, or whatever." My mom always said you didn't want me, blah blah blah. They'll go back and forth about it. They'll talk. The 1 minute he's okay with us, next minute he's feeling some type of way, still going back to the past, which I understand because he's a child. And of course,
How old is he now?
he's about to be 18 in September, so
And he's
next
still
month.
playing the same games now?
Yes. So now we don't even see him at all. Like even though my husband got that custody agreement, my husband was just like he's just tired of fighting. He's just tired of going back and forth with the situation because he loved his son. He still pay his child support. He's still doing everything he's supposed to do, but he just tired of the extraness that comes with it, with the drama and the disrespect. And he know he always been a good father. You know what I mean? Like every birthday party up to the little boy got 5 years old, which she decided to take him away. My husband was there.
So does when you say your husband don't see him, they still live 30 seconds away from y'all?
No, they moved.
Or they moved? So when you say he came and disrespect you, he would call you names and stuff like that?
He did it only one time. He disrespected me so bad, like he went to the limit. And her husband ended up coming over to our house, and she was sitting there with a little smirk on her face. Now her husband don't know what's going on. Her husband also got on him about that because he's like, I'm your step parent. She's your step parent. You need to respect her, especially when you
Right.
in their household. And she's sitting there with a smirk on her face because she knew she told him, like, you know how you feed your child and bait them up to do something that you know they're not supposed to do, but she
Right.
not gonna tell her husband she told him to do that.
So has he disrespected your husband or he just disrespected you?
It was just me. But he
So
did at that time. He also went off on my husband. He called him names. He was like, it was just like he went into a little rage. So my husband was like, talking to him and stuff like, "What is your problem? I'm trying to, get our relationship back on track. I'm trying to do my best to be the best father I could be to you." And and at the end of the day, he wasn't trying to hear none of that because of all the stuff his mom had already filled his head with.
did your husband offer him and your son to go to counseling to
He
try to
have,
and your
he
son
have.
didn't want to go? Or did they go?
He was still, his mama say no, so he say no.
Oh.
The last time my husband last time he came to our house, we were supposed to get him. It was our weekend. She came up with an excuse why we couldn't get him. Then she did it again the following weekend. And then it was, "Oh, you can come to my front door." Never mind, they live 30 seconds away. "You can come to my front door and pick him up." But why did he have to come to your front door to pick him up when we live 30 seconds away when he ride his bicycle damn near, sorry, but nearly an hour to go to his grandma's house?
So it sounds like, so let me ask you something. Was the son conceived while y'all was together? You and
No,
him?
it was before.
Okay, so it was before. So like, because it sounds like the woman had a problem with you.
She had a problem that me and him was together. She didn't know me. She didn't know me. All she knew that I was dating her baby father, and that's it. And we have met on several occasions where we have had conversations like adults, but then she'll go right back into that nastiness and make it seem like we have a problem with each other. Like we don't even know each other well enough to have a problem with each other. But once you get disrespectful, yeah, now we do have a problem with each other. because you
Right.
don't have no reason to disrespect me because I'm dating your baby father.
So when you say y'all don't even see him, did your husband don't even call him or anything?
He can call. It's gonna go straight to that machine.
So the son don't want to have nothing to do with him.
Pretty much because of how his mom already had put in his brain that his dad didn't want him. Never mind us going to
Mm.
court and everything or whatever, just to, for him to get that time back that he lost because she decided to keep him away. But
Somebody is asking, and I want to know too. Somebody says, Heather says, how long did it take your husband to file for visitation? So what's the time lapse from? I know you said from 1 to 5, he went to all his birthday parties and this, that, and the other. Did he not speak or talk to him from 5 to 15?
no, he spoke when me and him was going through problems, and when we was go our separate ways, she'll bring him around. But then when me and him together, it was non-existence.
So and y'all got together when he was how old?
He was he was just like probably about to turn a year old, 1 year
So
old,
your husband was basically absent for a great part of his younger life.
pretty much. The time I wouldn't say fully throughout his whole life. I would say it's probably a year here, depending on what his situation was, or here, there, or when she felt like he was by himself, she'll bring him. So her problem was mainly with me because me and him was in a relationship. Long as he
Right.
wasn't in a relationship with nobody, he could see his son. They could be around each other. It's no issue. But whenever he
Why
got in
did
a
it take
relationship,
till he was 15 for him to go to the court to try to establish a more routine visitation?
because my husband my husband is young too. You get what I'm saying? So
So he
he
didn't.
he waited when me and him got back together that last time and we started putting our life together. You know what I'm saying? When you're young, you in the streets, you doing whatever you want to do, whatever. And he was doing whatever he needed to do about his child. But at the same time, when we got established where we was able and we was stable, like we had transportation, we had somewhere to lay our heads, we had jobs and stuff like that, then that's when he decided to go to the courts and do what he needs to do. Because in order to even be considered the child even being able to spend time with you, you have to have somewhere for them to lay their head. Not in no room or house, not, so we had to get our life together for him to even go through the process.
So basically, so majority of his younger life, the
My husband
child's
is a
younger
street
life,
dude.
y'all wasn't. Oh, he was in the streets.
Yes, he's a
Oh, I
street
see
dude.
what it is. So let me just say this. I'm gonna say because he missed a lot of his younger life, the son is making him pay for that. And I think a lot of parents don't realize it. They think, and I'm no offense with you and your husband, but what I think parents don't realize is they think that they could just pop back up and be this idle parent, and the kid is just gonna wipe away all those days that daddy wasn't there for school programs, football games, Halloween,
But that's the thing.
stuff
He
like that,
he was there for those things as long as he was single.
But y'all been together since you was 15.
Right, off and on. Like I said, we've been through our problems. We don't went through this whole thing. It's not easy day in the street, nigga. Excuse
Right.
me. It's
I
not me
understand what
becoming a
you
street person, but it's not easy dating that type of person.
right.
My husband just did a whole 360 when it came to keeping me this time around. Cause you can get in a relationship, in and out of relationship, in and out of relationship. And then you get to that last time, you be like, you know what? If it don't work this time, I'm just done.
I
So
think was she in the streets too? The girl, is she kind of street uh whatever word you want to use? Is she kind of like, is she that baby mama?
I don't see, that's the thing. I don't know. Cause we all young. Like I said, I'm only 33. My husband just turned 37 Saturday. I don't say, I think she's like maybe a year younger than him. They had their kid early. So it's
So
not
the baby
he
18, so they had a baby when they was what, 20, 19?
probably about 18 years old, about 18.
So the child, so like somebody just said, the child is hurting and is angry.
We understand that too. That's why my husband always offered to go to counseling. But the whole thing, I don't feel like everything is his fault because she decided to keep him away. You know what I'm saying? And then she decided to tell him, "Oh, your dad." Like for me, I have an older son. You know, that's not my husband's son, and
Right.
I would never. And he's not really involved in my son's life. But I would never sit there and down talk him and try to interfere with the relationship that they could have. That's not the type of mother I am. You would never hear me talk bad about my other baby father at all. Like I don't even mention this guy at all. My son is 14. He'll be 15 this year. He has his own phone. He could communicate. We don't even have to communicate. You know what I mean? But me and him, I'm not angry at him or nothing like that because he haven't helped me with my son at all. I'm not angry at him, and it's not my job to ruin that relationship. My son has to figure that out on his own. But then you have mothers out here that's down talking the other parent in front of the kids, and the kids do feed off of that. So when they do get old enough to speak up, they just speak up on what they think they know, which is not don't necessarily have to be true. But because they heard the parent that raised them say that, they do feel some type of way. So I'm not taking it away that he might be angry. My husband not taking away that he might be angry because it was times that he wasn't there when he was supposed to be there. It was
Right.
just he didn't get that opportunity to be there.
Did your is your husband the type of guy? Is he like a vulnerable type of guy? Like he could tell your son the truth, like, hey man, I did my life wasn't together. My life was not together, like a heartfelt talk. Did your husband ever have a heartfelt conversation with him?
He have. He have done that with him. But he would never see my husband too. My husband love kids. My husband would never the way she talk about my husband to her son, my husband would never do that to their son about her. You get what I'm saying? So he would never say, "Oh, it's your mom's fault because you wasn't, I couldn't be there for you," or this and that. He would never do that to him because he would never disrespect his baby mom like that. Like even though he was discreet, he would not do that. But he
I
have
understand what
had
you're
that
saying.
talk with
But
him
I
though.
don't think he should say it's your mom's fault anyway. Son,
Yeah, he would
take
never do that. He
right
would never
because
do
taking
that. But he have had
accountability.
that talk where he told him, like, I know it's times that I could have, did better and, changed my life at that time and, tried to do better and be there for you. But I'm trying to make it right now. And, we can do things to take steps to get better in our situation. He had that talk with him. But it just like now with like I said, the mom playing a big deal. Like for me, like I said, for my son and his father, my son is old enough to communicate with his father. You get what I'm saying? So I would never
Mhm.
be like, "Oh, let me talk to your dad because I need to do this. He need to understand this and that." This was every day when their son, even now, to when they did talk, she feel like she had to be in the middle of their communication.
Well, who does he live with right now?
He still live with his mom.
And you said he's almost 18 or is he 18?
He turned 18 September.
And is he still in school?
Yes, he's still in school.
In high school, right?
Yes.
I'm just gonna say it like this. And somebody said it in the comments. They said, I'm sorry, but the son's feelings are valid. That doesn't mean your husband doesn't love him, but nothing can make up for missed time. He's hurting
I understand
because
that.
and let me tell you what's gonna happen, Nora. I would recommend that your husband give it another attempt. I mean, I say several. Keep attempting because he's a child, right? He's still
He
eight, but
haven't
he's
gave up
18
on him.
now.
Like I said, he
Yeah, don't give
called.
up on him.
He haven't
But
gave up on him. I told him he
because
called. I tell him keep calling, keep calling, keep calling. He calls and go to the
does he know
screen.
where
He
he
leave
lives?
voicemail.
Does he know where he know where they live?
No.
But he pays child support, and y'all have joint custody.
Hmm.
I think you're supposed to know. I'm not sure about the rules
You
though.
do supposed to know, but the thing is, my husband is not that type of person where he wants to get her in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Some people do care about putting their baby mama's back because it is court order. So if you don't follow court order when it comes to that custody thing, you can go to jail. And
So
he's not trying to do that to her.
so when the child when the child was at y'all house last,
Hmm.
did y'all let him know this is the last time you're coming over here? Like did
No,
y'all
no.
somebody say he doesn't trust the dad, he doesn't want to get close because he may leave again.
He trusts his dad because even in times where his mom don't even know he came over here, he came over here. So it's not that he don't have that bond with his father because like I said, it's not like he's haven't been there. It just when she felt like he wasn't doing what she wanted him to do, then he can't see his child.
So let me ask you this. So is your husband waiting for the son to reach out to him, or is he going to reach out to is your husband waiting for the son to pick up the phone one day and be like, "Dad, can we talk?"
He's calling. He's calling to still try to talk to him. He's not waiting. He's calling. He's just not getting through. He's just hoping for one day that phone will be able to like not go to the voicemail and it ring through. But like I told my husband, he wouldn't. I was like, if our feelings is valid about how she is moving when it comes to her child, which I know she have done that because I heard her do it myself. Um, as he get older, he'll see things in different light, and he'll be able to understand, and maybe they will be able to go to counseling and mend their relationship. But a lot of men. It's a lot of men that do want to do stuff for their kids and be there for their kids and include their kids in activities that they are doing with their other kids, but the mother is not allowing them to do it. It goes both ways. Now, don't like I said, you have fathers that don't even acknowledge the kids even breathing. But when a man wants to be there for that kid, you know they do, but you try to use that kid as a pawn just to hurt that man because you're still hurting inside. It's crazy.
I think it's wrong for a woman to want to keep a child from the father unless the child father is a pedophile or dangerous person. So I think it's wrong, but I do also think because I tell my son this too. My son's 32. I tell him, I said, I know you don't like your baby mama, but guess what? You gotta respect her because she's
Yeah,
your daughter's mom, and you're
correct.
gonna have to deal with her for X amount of more years. Now my granddaughter is 8 years old, so he got 10 more years or more that he's gonna have to deal with her. And
Right,
I tell my son that he's gonna have to bite his tongue. He don't like it, but he does, and he understands that. He can't stand his baby mama, but guess what? That's your daughter's mom.
right,
And you're gonna have to just bite your tongue and deal with it. And my son said, "Dang, ma, if I knew I was gonna have to," but he deal with it. He deals with her. He can't stand it. It takes a lot out of him, but he deals with her because he wants to be a part of his daughter's life. And
right,
he has joint custody as well. But he has to deal with all that mouth. Now, it was a time when my son went there. I think it was 10 months. He went 10 months without being a part of his daughter's life. My grandbaby is 8 years old now. She throws that in his face every chance he get. But guess what? He has to eat it. Even
right,
though he's been there. But 10 months out of her life, he wasn't there. And not the daughter don't make him pay for it. The daughter love her dad, right?
right,
If the baby mom tries to get him to try to pay for that. And
right.
because he didn't want to be with her. She's bitter, but he don't allow her bitterness to keep him from his
Well,
daughter. That's what I love about him though.
right. I mean, I do understand that too. But like I said, my husband, he's not going to disrespect his baby mom. He's not going to talk trash about her. He's not going to dog her. He's not going to do nothing of that. You know what I mean? And it don't even
Right.
take that too for some females to get, offensive. Some females feel like, oh, I had a baby by you, so now your life is mine. I can control you. No, you cannot control a man with a baby. A baby don't hold no man. And a lot of females feel like by having a baby by a man, it does give you some kind of control, but it really doesn't. You just have to allow that man to be the father he's trying to be. Because, like I said, a lot of females are lucky. You have, for me, I got pregnant when I was in 12th grade. I was playing basketball, but at the same time, I was out there being fast in the streets and ended up pregnant. So
Mm-hmm.
now my life is no longer to where I can feel like, oh, now I'm going to college, whatever, whatever. Hmm. I went to college probably for a little bit. I had to drop out. Why? Because I had to get a job to take care of my son. Why? Because
Right,
the father wasn't helping me. Guess what I did? I left. I couldn't be with no man that you knocked me up. You know what I'm saying? But you
right,
can't help me. I
right,
left. I was done. I was done. And then
right.
I didn't push the issue. I didn't force him to take care of my child. I just went and got a job and started doing it on my own. And I,
Well, if he's 18, I don't think the judge, because Heather, what with your comment, I don't think the judge would do anything now if the child is 18. The judge is not going to hold a mom accountable for anything. I think those days are over. Like at this point, to be honest with you, Nora, I would say I would probably as the husband, because somebody said reach out. I don't know, it was another comment. They said why don't he reach out to the dad, to her husband, but I think at this point that's too late too. The child almost 18. You say he's 18 or he just turned 17?
he finna turn 18 in September.
Oh, so that's next month. He's going to
Yeah.
be 18. To be honest, I would give it time. What is his plans after? Do y'all know his plans?
Yeah, he told us that his okay, so which we don't agree with, but I mean, it's what he want to do, so we agree with it. It is what it is. This is his choice. I don't think it's his choice. I think it's morely of his grandfather pushing it off on him. But they want him to go to the service.
Why you don't agree? You know
Because
I'm asking
just
you that. Why
I know
you
you
don't
agree. I know
agree?
you do. I know you was gonna ask me that because I know you done did your part. But it's
I
just
think
like
it
for
will help him. He needs time alone. Listen. When he get into that military, he gonna reach out to y'all. I
he needs
guarantee
that
you.
discipline. He need that discipline. He
And he
do.
will get it too.
um, I just want before he if he do go, I just want him to be able to have another conversation with his father. You know what
He
I mean?
will. He
And I
will.
want them to have I want it to be on a clear mind and not just what his mom has fed him about his father, but with him thinking mentally on his own and knowing that and being able to have just be able to get everything out on the table and them going and he leaving with a clear mind about his father.
When
I don't know if it would
that
happen,
baby
but
leaving go to basic training and he's sitting by himself, not his mama's not in his face, this, that, and the other, he's gonna think about that relationship with his dad. He's gonna call his dad. Because let me tell you something, you might not know it, but the young man wants validation from his dad. He wants that
right.
validation from his dad. He's gonna reach out to him. But I hope that your husband, you saying that he doesn't down a mom, that's good. He just need to be there and be available and
He's
open to
always
him.
going to be available. Always,
Yeah.
always. My husband, when I say he love kids, I can't have no more kids because, excuse, I'm telling out my business, but I definitely got my tools tied after the second one, ma'am. And
Because he would have won some more, huh?
he ready to put some more in me. I ain't got time for it. I ain't no ma'am, no ma'am, no.
He said he ready to put some more in me. He love kids like
Listen,
that.
we got
Yeah.
God kids for days. We'll keep them and we'll sit.
Somebody said that video is it. We gonna watch it in a minute, y'all. Y'all trying to tease me. Y'all trying to tease me. Somebody said you sound like a very good mom.
I am. I love my kids. I love all my kids. I love kids, period. You know what I mean? And I'm going to do whatever I need to do to provide for my kids at no limit. You hear what I say? So I get myself up every day and I go to work. That's why I say all this stuff on Facebook. I don't seen it before. I don't been there. And even though I'm young, people might feel like I don't understand everything that's going on. But trust me, I understand it. And you can read I can read a person real good.
That's
Whether
good. You see
whether
what
people
you see what Tanya just said? Does he work?
who
Your son, the one that just turned 18 or getting ready to turn 18 next month.
I don't think he is because he's still in school. I don't think he do. He wasn't working before they left. They just left from here probably like it was I want to say about Oct- it was probably October, November last year that they
Okay.
moved from Boss. And he wasn't
And y'all
working
haven't
there.
seen him since. You haven't seen him since they moved.
No, nope.
Oh man.
My son used my husband because the mom went to start acting crazy. He'll just catch him walking down the road to walk to school, and he'll pick him up. They'll have conversations and talk and stuff or whatever. Take him to school. Sometimes he'll drop him off home, but we haven't seen him at all. We don't even know where they're at. And like I said, my husband, he's not trying to get her locked up. That's not his
Well, maybe
motive.
he should. I think he should have. I
I
think, and the
don't
reason
believe
why
in
I
putting
say that
your baby
because
mama in jail.
but now do he have the? What do you say? They still have his phone numbers and everything is still working though, right?
Yeah, they still have
But
my
he
husband still
just
got the
couldn't
same phone number,
call and say
everything.
where y'all at. I want to come see my son. He couldn't call and say that
That girl is not gonna answer the phone for my husband.
at all. But then well, I would have took her to court.
I'm gonna tell you,
Me personally,
I'm gonna tell
I
you,
would
it go back
I would
to.
have encouraged my husband to take her to court
I'm gonna tell you
for
how I
my
go back
good.
to it. When I was pregnant with my daughter, his mom invited me and her over for Mother's Day. She was so angry that I was pregnant. This girl stood in there and said, "I'm gonna always be number one in his life." And I'm like, "Ain't you married? What
She
is the
wants him.
problem?"
She still wants him. She hasn't gotten over him because it ain't no goddamn gone way that I was ever say that about my ex. I will always be number one in his life. I don't want to be number one, five, seven, eight. I want you to love who you with
Man,
now. She still wants him.
I was looking at him like, "Girl, you older than me and you acting very childish right
She said
now."
I will always be number. Yeah, something ain't right with her. Her elevator don't go all the way up.
His mom told her, she was like, "Y'all both you my grandson's mom, and this is my granddaughter's mom, and y'all might well get along because y'all gonna have to raise these kids together, blah blah blah." And she said, "I don't have to raise nothing with her. I don't da da da." I'm talking about she went in on me. I just sat there and laughed. I just
The mom
laughed
said, I
because
don't even want to cross my baby daddy mind.
oh, listen, that first one
I mean,
can't even get me to say his name. I don't even care. Like every relationship he get into, the girls, "How you doing, Mel?" Yes,
did you say your son was a Virgo?
who, my son?
I mean, the one that's
His
getting ready to
son. Yes, his son. Yes, he's a
well, you
Virgo.
see what Miss Tanya said. She said that son a Virgo. Oh, he holding that grudge until daddy come and apologize for not being there.
He already don't apologize plenty of times. But it's nothing you can do when, like I said, when you got somebody drilling something in your head over and over and over again, over and over again, it's nothing you can do but believe it when, you know, that's just what it is. But like I said, eventually I told my husband when he get older, it's gonna get fixed. You know what I'm saying? Because he gonna
I
start
pray that
understanding
it
life.
does, but I have to agree with you, Nora. I appreciate your support and everything, but I have to disagree with the part of the mother putting stuff in his head and drilling it over and over and over. Maybe when he was younger, but I think daddy had an opportunity that he did not take, and that's because of the situation. Now, I'm not going to take that away from his situation, but he had a situation. So
But
it's
even that's the thing. That's what I'm telling you. Even during his situation, when me and him wasn't together, he was around. It wasn't no issue. He could see his son every day of the week. They could spend time together. Soon as me and him get back together, oh no, you can't see your son anymore. That's the end
so
of it.
he shouldn't have went off of what mama say. Mama don't she can't tell me if I can see my son or not. I'm going to the judge and let the judge tell me what my rights are. And so that son would have known, yeah, your mama said I couldn't see you when you was 10 years old, 8 years old, 9-year old, but I went to court and I got a judge to tell me, yes, you
Yeah,
can
that's
see
what.
your son.
But he had to get his life together. You get what
I
I'm saying?
understand what
So
you're saying,
he
but we
did
can't.
that. And that's when he went to the courts and did what he had to do to be able to get some time with his son. So, like,
Right. I understand what you're saying, but we can't. He got his life together, and that's great, amazing, awesome. But
it's still
and I
time
know
that he
you said
missed.
he
I know what you're saying.
apologized to him. He apologized to him for the missed time, right?
Yes.
Now you might as well say the guy about to be grown. He about to be 18 years old next month, right?
Correct.
I think that allow him to go into the military. You know, I would still, if your husband try to call or whatever, but allow him to go into the military. I would even say, well, I don't know about the baby mama situation. I think that he probably should have fixed the relationship with the baby mama. And when I mean by fixed the relationship, not dating or anything like that, but they should have become cordial, because if you and her became cordial, why couldn't him and her become cordial?
They was cordial. Her problem was not with him. Well, it was with him because he chose to be with me. So I was the problem. I was the person that was coming in between their relationship, because even though she was married, my husband was still knocking her down. You know what I'm saying? Like I said,
Why y'all
you
were
got
married or
not
no?
while we was married. Girl,
Okay, got
no. See, see, you was talking about this earlier. Now you about to make me go into this.
you.
I know my worth. So if we get married, now what you did when we was boyfriend and girlfriend, I
Uh-huh.
left it there. You get what I'm saying? But when
Right, right.
we got no rings on that finger, I wish you would.
Hey
I
Nora, are
wish you
you okay with
would.
somebody else coming up? Somebody want to come say something to you. Are you
Yes,
okay with that?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I just dropped the link. Somebody said when he apologized to his son, did he talk about his mom? I think you said no, he doesn't dog
No,
his mom out, right?
no, he don't do that.
Okay, so then that's the answer to that one. And then somebody said, Miss Tanya said he got to apologize and then be there when we don't want you there. Basically, be there even though the son don't want him there. I didn't talk to my daddy for years. He apologized and it went in one ear and out the other. It's the effort that counts. So even though you apologize and even though he may not answer the phone, you got to find out where he lives, show up at the school, show up at the games. The daddy need to show effort. You
He
know what I
did.
mean?
They did. Like when he first bought him, they still was living right here. And like I said, he will see him walking to school. He'll pick him up, take him to school. He'll take him get something to eat. And he'll catch him walking back from school. He'll do stuff like that. Try to let him know and have those conversations with him. But like I said, it's only so much you can do. We can't just go into the mother house like, give me. He can't just go in and say, give me my son. I want my son right now. It wasn't like he wasn't putting in effort after that apology came. He definitely put in effort. But once they
Somebody
moved
said,
away,
was y'all relationship toxic in the beginning? Maybe she felt like she was protecting her son. Was you and
she
your
didn't know nothing about our relationship.
not even when you was boyfriend and girlfriend?
She didn't know nothing about our relationship. Nothing.
Effort and consistency. I mean, I think that the son is upset. He probably felt like daddy wasn't there like he was supposed to be. You know how
Right.
kids are. He probably feels like daddy wasn't there. Now, mama talking about daddy didn't make it easier, but we can't say that the son didn't feel a void himself, even though
Yeah, I'm,
mama
I'm
said what
pretty
she
sure he
said.
did. I'm pretty
Right.
sure he did. That's why I said I would never do that to my son. Like I said, his I've been raising my son. My son to be 15 in October. I've
Hmm.
been raising my son by myself until my husband came about. My husband now is the man in my son's life. That's who my son's called his father. You know what I
Right.
mean? And even though he
Right.
speak to his other dad do get jealous. He be like, "That's not your dad." No, that is his dad because that's who take him get haircuts. That's who showing him how to cut the yard. That's who buying him clothes. That's who feeding him. That's who doing everything that he's supposed to do.
Thank you.
But I would
That means some
never,
shit behind.
ever I would never be that mom that feel like I have to say something negative about him so my son not to deal with him or make my son feel that way because at the end of the day, you're not hurting nobody but that child. You hurting that child's feeling when you telling them that their father don't want them.
So Miss Beautiful Queen said, has your husband simply asked his son why? What's keeping him from being closer to him? Has he just asked him, man, what is it? What is it, man? How can we make this relationship better? What's going on? What do I need to do? Has he asked him that?
They have had one-on-ones. They have had full conversations. Now, how the conversations went, I can't tell you how they went because I would never sit around those conversations because I felt like that was for them to have among each other,
I got you.
where nobody else was interfering in that conversation.
I got you. So Miss Heather and Lexi's up here. They want to say something.
Hello,
I'm gonna put it
hello,
on mute because
hello,
I'm gonna be smacking, but y'all carry on.
Hello, ladies.
Hello.
hello.
So I just asked to join because I am a mother of three. Of course, I've already mentioned that I'm in the comments that I'm married,
Mhm.
not to my kid's father. However, I was that mother that was labeled as a bitter baby mama because I was the mom who forced the father to go to the courts to get visitation rights because he was absent majority of the time. There were times where he would pop in and out and wanted to come and go and be involved with the kids at his own leisure time instead of making it a priority. So, which for me, when you pop in and out of a kid's life, that makes it hard on the child. So consistency has always been a thing that I demanded. And even with visitation rights, um, he still wasn't consistent. So I took him back to court to make him realize that, hey, like you are, it is your responsibility and you are required to put in the same amount of time that I put in. You're required. Like you don't get to pick and choose when you want to be involved with your children. You are required to make the same sacrifices. Men are required to make the same sacrifices as women. So for me to make my kid's father realize that, I had to force him to take me to court for visitation rights. And I'm like, I give you whatever it is that you want. Whatever you want, I give it to you. There is no fight here, but you would not just pop in and out of my kid's life. So, like I said, even with him get visitation rights, he still didn't comply with the visitation orders. We went back to court for that, and the judge could have locked him up, or they asked me if I would just rather have his rights suspended until he can become a better man. Then we can revisit the conversation. So I chose to have his rights terminated. But basically, I said all this to say that any time lapse, it takes a toll on a child. I promise you. Like my child, my middle boy, who is now 15, he suffered from that the hardest and the most. He ended up having to do counseling. He did school-based therapy, outpatient therapy with a psychiatrist, and then we did counseling with a different provider. So we had three different professionals working with my son in his mental and well-being because of the relationship with his father. Now that same son is the one who have the best relationship with him now, and then my other two, he's the middle. So I have a younger son who really doesn't have too much of a relationship, and my daughter, she wants answers, and she would not have a relationship with him until he provides those answers to her. And I never bashed my kid's father, never. I didn't have to because all of my kids have always been in activities, basketball, cheerleading, dance, everything you can name it, and he wasn't there, never. So it's not that the moms always bash the baby daddies. Like you don't necessarily have to. Like their absence speak for itself.
Yes,
And I
loud.
don't care what I don't care what any excuse that's given, any reasons that's given for being absent. It's an excuse. I'm not trying to be like harsh or but at some point people have to take accountability. Like I don't care about being a street person, whatever. And to be quite honest, if your husband don't have a record, neither does the judge, because she can go in there and say, "Well, he's this and he's that," but if he don't have a record, guess what? They don't care about that.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's not like my husband haven't taken accountability for not being there, the times that he did want to be there. And I do understand where you're coming from, you know what I'm saying? Because you are given an opportunity and you're, like you said, you're not bashing, which, like I said, I'm that parent too. I do not bash my first baby father. I don't even talk about him. And he don't do nothing, but I still allow my son to dictate the relationship that he wants to have with his father. It's it's plenty of guys out here, and not saying, like I said, ain't nobody perfect. It can be on the woman's side, it can be on the man's side. You have
I
some
agree.
men that do want to be in their kid's life but can't because the mother is making it hard for them. Then you have men that don't want to be in their kids' life and go on by their day every day, acting like their kids don't even exist.
But that's what
But
I don't
still,
understand. That's where I'm confused. Like there is no such thing as a man can't be in their kid's life. There is no such thing as that. I don't care how ornery the mother is. I could have been ornery. I could tell my kids all kind of stuff about my kid's father, and I probably have every reason to do so. But that still does not get in the way of a man being a father to their child. There
I
should
guess
be
you
no
would have to.
lapse.
I guess you would have to be in that situation to see it, because I I'm not saying that you're not right. Like I said, I'm not saying that
Mhm.
you're not right. And how you handle your situation is how you handle your situation. But everybody's situation is different. And that's the whole thing. Like, you might see it from your point of view, like, oh, well, even though she said he couldn't be there, he still should have been there. You know what I mean? But if she is making it hard and she wants to fight and she wants to make it such a big deal, the best thing for us to do was to go to court. And that's what we
That's
did
correct.
once we
But
got our life together. So it's not like he didn't want to be, because at the end of the day, if he didn't want to be there, we wouldn't have spent the money for him to go to court to get the custody that he felt like he should have had without even going to court, when he didn't even deserve that because of the relationship he chose to be in. A
well, I'm gonna
woman,
say like 80% of the people who have children doesn't always have their life together. That doesn't mean that you stop being a parent because you have to get your life together. And
he never,
I'm not trying to attack you by any means. So I don't want to come off. I apologize if I'm coming off that way, but I truly just want to understand why people say they can't be a parent. Like that's just not, I don't feel like it's realistic.
and then that's another thing too. I'm not saying that he probably, at the end of the day, he still was providing, no matter what, whether he's seeing his son or not, he was still providing. He just missed out on times because he couldn't be there. And it's not that he didn't want to be there, it's because she didn't allow him to be there. You do have mothers that does stuff to keep a person away,
No,
and
we just have men who allow
it's
women
both.
to
It's
do
both
that to
ways.
them. Legally, that's not legally. If he would have pursued it whenever he was trying to get his life together, trust me, if I probably could no, I take that lie back. I wouldn't have abandoned my kids to get my life together. But it was a struggle raising. I have three kids, three steps, 14, 15, and 16. And I was by myself with my third pregnancy.
Right.
I did that whole 9 months because I was not going to tolerate the bullshit, and I was just like, okay, this is it. If it means I got to go through this pregnancy by myself, so be it. But I couldn't just stop being a mother to get myself together. You still have to show up. He was still obligated to show up. So, to me, in my opinion,
So, but
this
I just got a question. How did you feel like he could just show up? So was he just supposed to show up to her
no,
house
he was
and just
supposed
be
to.
there?
No, he was supposed to went to court at the very moment that she wasn't allowing him to be a
Okay, so
father.
let me go back into our background. Like I said, everybody's situation is different, and a lot of people do not even come out of the situation when they in the streets. Some people living in rumor houses. Some people sleeping in cars. Some people sleeping on the streets because they don't have nowhere to lay their head. So you saying he still should have went to court when dealing with different circumstances that he was dealing with, instead of waiting until he got his life together so that she wouldn't be able to bring that up
Absolutely,
in court.
absolutely. That's exactly
Because,
what I'm saying. Because
but
guess what? He didn't necessarily have to do overnight visits. If he just wanted to go and get the kid for 2 or 3 hours a day or whatever per week and take the child back home, then the course will give you what you ask for when it comes to
But
being
when
involved
the
in your
other
child's
parent
life.
is bringing this stuff up in court, see, like when we was in court, she brought all that up. She said, "Oh, well, do he have somewhere for my son to even lay his head, or do he have this, or do he have that?" Like I
Which
said, everybody's situation
in
is
my opinion,
different.
is legitimate questions. That is legitimate questions that she asked out of concern for her son and his well being when he's with his dad.
So why
But
not
that
wait
does
till
not.
you able to say, yes, I have somewhere for my son to lay his head. Yes, I do have a ride to where I can pick him up. Because even though she had a car, her one of her demands in court was, well, he would just have to come pick him up every visit. I'm not dropping him off. So that
But
was
he
one
just
of the
needed to
demands.
do. He needed to do what was best for him. I mean, even if it was just for Saturday, like if he had to take a city bus to go pick his son up for a couple of hours on Saturday and get back on the city bus to take him back, when you want to be there, you're going to do what you have to do to be there. There's nothing that's going to stand in the way of a real parent. Well, I'm not going to say he's a real parent, but a determined parent who wants to be a part of their child's life. Absolutely
Okay.
nothing. Absolutely
Hi,
nothing.
ladies. Hi, ladies.
Hello.
Hey, I wanted to just piggyback on the young lady's situation. In one of my relationships, it was a while ago, but I was in a relationship with a guy for 8 years, and he definitely had the baby mother that tried to stop, keep the kid away from his dad or whatever, whatever. But what he didn't stop, and to this day, he's 18 now, and it's still going on, and he still hasn't stopped. I'm gonna say a couple of years ago. I'm gonna say probably 3 years ago. His son came and stayed with him. But before all that time, the mother was, the mother that didn't want him to see his kid. They did the visitation. He went. He got a lawyer. They did the went to where some weekends she wouldn't even pull up to bring the kid. They was meeting at the police stations, public places like McDonald's, stuff like that, and it was still a problem. But he never gave up. And the only reason why I wanted to chime in on this conversation was because with these kids, once they get a certain age, they know. And it took for his son to turn maybe 14, 15. And he went and stayed with his dad. He didn't care what his mama had said. He didn't care what him and his dad had even went through. The mother went through the court system. He still came and stayed with his dad. So I just wanted to say this, like, we can't blame the baby mama, but for so long. At some point in time, that child got old enough to make his own decision. And if he made a decision not to be in his father's life, it's more to the story. And I'm not saying that he's a bad dad or he did anything wrong, but once a kid get to a certain age, they're gonna make their decision no matter what. So I just wanted to piggyback on that one because you can't. And I'm not saying you're making up excuses for him. What I'm saying is
Oh, I'm
that
definitely not doing that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not saying that you're making up excuses for him. I'm just saying I'm going by. I'm agreeing with Amara on this part as far as once the child get to a certain age, the mother is only so much that the mother can do.
You're right. I
So
agree with that.
if the son is making the decision, then it's something else.
I don't that's but I don't know if that's his, because he never said, "Oh, I don't want to come back to your house. I don't ever want to be around my father. I don't want to see my father no more." Because when he see his father, he address his father.
Mhm.
They talk, they have conversations, no issue. And yeah, we did go through that little one issue where he got real disrespectful for me,
Mhm.
but I think that was just because You know what I'm saying? That was just a plan for something to happen to where she thought maybe I would say, oh no, he can't come back to my house because you ain't finna be disrespecting me in my house and all this other stuff. I don't want him back at my house. But that would never be words that come out of my mouth.
Okay, correct. Understandable. Yeah, but I just don't want you to think that it's all the mother, cause she did her part. She built a baby mama, whatever the case is, whatever their situation is. But once he get a certain age, he's able to make the decision himself.
I agree with you on that, and that's what I told my son when he's about to be 18. And he's going to the service. He's gonna go through whatever he's gonna go through. And like Amora said, he might reach out to us once he leave his mom house. Who knows? Don't nobody really know, but we do know how he felt, and he have every right to feel like that because when you don't see that parent there, no matter if that parent do want to be there, but when you don't see that parent there, it do affect that child. And I'm not taking it away from that.
It does.
I'm not taking I'm not taking that away from him because I do understand that because like I said, I went through that with my father. You know what I'm saying? Where I'll see my father every blue moon, but I was always the type of child I just didn't hold no grudge because when my mama she handled business, so it was like even though I still need that father in my life, I wasn't lacking anything to where I was suffering and felt like I needed my father as much as I needed my mother. And I lost both of my parents. I lost my mom in 2017. My dad passed away in 2020, and my mom, I hate to say it, but my mom love changed my life more than my father's own did. And I think that's only because I was more around my mom than I was around my father. So that's why I said I know how he could possibly feel. I know that with my husband missing out on some time that that could affect him in the as he get older, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he, like I said, they had conversation to where he said his son felt like, they got somewhere and then they will see each other when they see each other and they'll do stuff together, and sometimes he'll ride the bicycle here when they was still standing around the corner. Now we don't know where they live. He haven't been over here since they moved away, but you know, my husband is not just going to go to court and just get her locked up because he's not that type of man. He don't believe in putting a woman that, especially a child's mother, in jail.
And that's very understandable. That's very
I don't think she'll
understandable.
go to jail. I think she
She
might.
definitely go to jail because it's court order,
Oh
and
yeah,
they already
yeah, she
said
can't go to jail if it's court ordered.
Oh, she
Well,
can't.
well,
Okay.
my kid's father didn't go to jail. He could have went to jail because ours was court ordered as well.
Yes,
I mean,
he
he
could
he
have.
went and put it on the docket, but once it's in black and white, then that's it's kind of sort of like a what is the correct term for that?
they said it's a contempt of court.
Yeah, it's a process
Yeah,
that you have
But
to
where
go
I'm
through
at
yeah.
in
So it's
Florida,
so
before
it's
I'm in
yeah. So
Florida.
he could have been held
They do
in
not
contempt.
play.
He could have been held in contempt. He could have went to jail, but instead his rights were suspended to my
hmm
children until he wanted to become a father, full time father, not when you want to be type father. So
Right.
they typically give you a chance to like get it right. Like they make sure you fully understand, of course, before you while you there. But sometimes if you mess up a time or two or whatever, they usually don't just throw you right behind bars right then and there. But um, yeah, so it is you do run the risk of getting locked up, but if that means um me having to put somebody in jail to have access to my children, like nothing is gonna get in the way of me having a relationship, having my bond, and being there for my babies.
I understand that too. But like I said, he don't feel like that's right. I don't feel like it would be right if he would have went to the court. Like, and she did end up going to jail, then I would have felt like I would felt sorry despite the whole situation. I still have a heart, he still have a heart, and that's still the mother of his child. So that it just I don't know. Like I said, it's every situation
It's different.
And
And
then I read
situation is
and
somebody's
different.
comment that says going to court for visitation costs money. It absolutely does not. You can
It
go to
does
court,
not.
you can go downtown and
It,
file that motion by yourself
excuse
without a
me,
lawyer.
ma'am, but if you have to obtain a
a
lawyer,
lawyer, you
it
got to spend
does
money.
cost. You have
But
to
it
spend
If you
money.
have
it's
to,
Yes,
not
if you have
ma'am.
I,
to,
it's not
so
tens of
hold on.
thousands of dollars though.
Let,
It's
let
not
me let me
tens
let
of
me finish.
thousands.
I
if
have a brother-in-law who has been an active parent during the entire time of his child's life. He is a damn good father. He's a damn good father. He and his mother, child's mother, relationship did not work out. She was older than him. Now, my brother in law, he ain't the best boyfriend. He wasn't the best boyfriend. Did he take care of the household? Yes. Did he take care of his son? Yes. But because their relationship did not work out, that woman literally made his life hell when it came to seeing his son. He went to the schools, he fought through court and everything. And it literally, he got an extra job. He had to pay a $5,000 retainer to obtain a lawyer. This is a single man.
may I ask why? Like, is he saying why? Because literally, you can go
They
downtown.
they broke up because he was cheating.
No,
So
I mean,
because
why did he feel the need to have a lawyer? Is what I'm asking.
because she was in contempt. They had visitation. She put him on child support. She put him on child support when he was giving her money for their
Hmm.
child. There was no need for child support in the first place, but she went and put him on child support. So when she put him on child support, that entitled him by court visitations. He would call because he got his son a cell phone where he didn't have to communicate with the mom all the time because they weren't getting along. He would call, try to set up visitations. She started turning the son's phone off. So then he said, "Okay, well now I only have to communicate with you. I have no other way to communicate with my son." So he started trying to communicate with her. She would set up visitations, have them meet up in public places because I don't trust you.
Was the
They,
visitation in black and white, or is it something
yes,
that
it was court ordered. They
So
would
that's why I'm
meet.
confused
They
as
would
to if it was
let
court
hold
ordered,
on.
why did he need a lawyer?
Let me finish, and you'll understand. So he was trying to do it. He was trying to do the court way and do the visitations. They would set up visits. He would travel across town because he moved out of the main city, moved to the suburbs in Illinois, in Chicago. So he moved to be in a better position and have a safer environment for his son to come to and have an extra bedroom to have it set up for his son to come to. This is his only child. She wouldn't show up for the visitations. He would wait for hours. She would play games on the phone with him and tell him, "Oh, we're on the way. I'm almost there. I'm almost there." And he's sitting there like a dumbass waiting for hours and the woman is not showing up. She did this several times. He started going to the school. He went to the school because I told him, I said, "Look, she ain't meeting you for the visitations. She can't stop you from going to the school. You on his paperwork. Go to the school and visit him." He started going to the school to spend time with his son outside of mom in a public place, not taking the son from the school, but going to just to be in his son's life. She went up there to the school because she found out because son said, "Hey, I see my daddy today. I said he came to spend and had lunch with me." She went to the school, took him off the list, told the school that he was not to visit them if he showed up to call the
Same,
police.
same. My husband went through the same
And
thing.
and they did that. This man has a clean record. He ain't been in no trouble. He doesn't have no felonies. He don't work. I mean, I got a damn good brother-in-law.
I wish somebody would marry him, but I know he too much of a little hoe in order, and he ain't got that out yet. And he admitted that I ain't got that out. Once I get that out of my system, then okay, I'll work about settling down. Until finally, I said, "Bro, look, she keep playing these games with you. You a good father. I don't care what y'all didn't work out. You gonna have to take her to court." He didn't want to take her to court because if he took her to court, she would have been in contempt of court. She would have went to jail. He's like, "That's my child's mother. I can't explain to my child how I sent his mother to jail, and he's too young to even understand that he shouldn't even be put in that position." So after he said, "Okay," I said, "Look, she playing this game. It doesn't matter that y'all didn't work out with. Take her to court. You're gonna have to get a lawyer because she's not filing for the she's not doing the plea. You have to take her to court because the police is gonna tell you that
It's
it's a
civil.
civil matter. It is a civil matter. I have been there myself with my own child's father. And I had custody papers and I had the agreement. And they told me, the police told me, it's a civil matter. You're
It's
going to
civil.
have to take him to court. There is nothing the police can do.
And
So
that's why
he went and got an extra job. He gathered the money up and took her to court. And he showed because I told him every time you set up a visitation, document her. If she doesn't show up, if she's late, document her. It's going to take some time because you're going to have to show a pattern that she is interfering and she is causing child alienation. Now, we can't sit up here and act like women don't play them type of games. And I'm a woman. We do it. Everybody don't do it, but we do it. I have a son. My son's daughter is 4 years old. He was there. He didn't even know that the girl was pregnant. They wasn't even in a real relationship. When he found out she was pregnant, he immediately started going to the doctor's appointment. He didn't miss not a doctor's appointment. He was there when she was born. He the one cut the umbilical cord. He the first face that she saw, bought all the diapers, wipes. I mean, mama didn't have to do nothing. The other grandmother actually got mad and said, "Hey, you're doing so much that we have nothing to do. We have nothing to buy for the baby. We have like, come on, give us a chance to do something." Every time my son, right now, he has told her that he's not in a relationship, and that's the only reason why he can see his child, because every time she finds out that he's in a relationship and he has somebody, then we got to go through this vicious cycle of he can't see his baby. When we argue, fighting, folks want to say excuses, excuses, but at what point do we stop beating a dead horse? Because why do fathers have to fight to be in their children's lives? It shouldn't even be that way. That is a problem in itself.
The reason why
if a
fathers have to
mother
I
fight,
agree.
got
but
if a mother got to fight to be in her child's life, that is a problem. It don't care what side it is. You should not have to fight to be in your child's life because that is a given right. That is a given right. No one has a say so on whether or not what relationship a child has with their father. Now, unless their child, that a parent is abusive or a pedophile. No one has that right. But people play those games and use their children
As
as a
pawns.
pawn.
They sure
and
do.
you also have to hold these men accountable as well
Okay, so
because
when
We
we
said
gonna hold the
both.
wait a minute,
women,
hold on,
but
hold
when
on,
we
hold
gonna
on,
hold the
hold
women
on,
accountable?
hold on. What I'm saying is they chose that
I'm
woman
sorry.
to
I was
have
talking. Y'all couldn't even hear me.
they chose that woman to have that baby with. So that's their decision.
Hold
That's
on.
their decision.
Not
Hold on.
necessarily. I
Not
wouldn't say that.
Yes,
necessarily
they
because
Not
because
necessarily.
it take two to tangle.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
So
takes
but
two
so
to
true. But
when you
stuff
tango.
having
But
happens.
what
when you
about
having
those relationships when you have someone, one like my son, he wasn't in a relationship with this girl. They had a one night stand, and that's how this baby came about. Okay.
Stuff happens.
Stuff happens. He used contraceptive because I asked him, I said, I've always taught you to protect yourself. I don't give a fuck what that woman says because women play stupid games. I don't
One
care what
percent on
she
that box.
says. Protect yourself. I don't care what kind of birth control she says she's on. She can't have kids, none of that. If you're not ready for children, you protect yourself. But at what point, because we have a lot of women who have children, even though that man has told her, I don't want no kids, I don't want no relationship, I don't want to. So when do those women start holding themselves accountable for making the decision to have a child with someone who already told them up front that they didn't want no babies?
So hold on, I gotta jump in, y'all. So Tanya, I
Yes,
can't
ma'am.
sit here and say I heard all of it because I was stuffing my face, right? But are
Okay.
you trying to say so take me back a little bit? Are we talking about your son?
My son with his daughter, every time he's in a relationship, he can't see his child. So I have advised him, one, because they, when the child first was in the womb, they made the decision, hey, we're not going to be together, but in the future, whomever we decide to be with, let's, meet each other, come of like minds, especially if this person is going to be around our child. But she has literally been using that against him, because anytime he's in a relationship, oh, I don't know her, you can't see her, and he's like, well, she's not even going to be around my child, I'm just telling you who I'm dating, but she's not going to be around my child. We're going to,
Oh, but
oh, but
so you
now,
so let me
because
ask you
Can
this.
I? Can I? Oh, okay.
Hold on.
go ahead.
Sorry.
I just want to make sure because I think I came in on the part where you said when are we gonna hold women responsible for getting pregnant by a man that came straight out and said he don't want no kids? Is that what you said?
Yes, because she said, when are we going to start holding men accountable for
Mhm.
having babies with women, and they know they had this baby with this woman? When are we going to start holding them accountable? Like, hey, we're holding them accountable, but also there's two sides to every coin. And I'm saying is, if we're holding the men accountable for having sex with women and producing children, when are we going to start holding women accountable having babies, trying to hold on to a man, and they know good and damn well that a baby does not
Don't
keep
keep no
no man.
man.
Yeah, but we know
Yeah.
that it's women out here like that. We're not saying that. What I the only question that I was asking was, if you lay down with this person, you know it's a possibility that you can get them pregnant.
50%.
Condoms are not
Correct?
100%. Birth control is not 100%. So you
Correct?
know that it's a possibility that this lady could get pregnant. So
Correct?
at some point in time, what I'm saying is the men have to be held accountable too for the women that they choose to make their baby mother.
Can
Because
I say something about that
True.
too?
I used to tell my ex all the time, that's your baby mama. You chose her. Now you got to find a way to deal with it.
Can I say something about
Can I
that too? Because
chime?
when you say that they need to watch who they get pregnant. Some people can be one person, a different person before that baby come along. Once that baby come along, people could change.
Sure can.
They could change. They could be the perfect person while they dating. Ain't nothing going on. Ain't no kids involved. But as soon as that baby come along, things change. I watched that with my own brother. My brother was dating a girl. She got pregnant. They was good. You know what I'm saying? The pregnancy went through. She didn't even allow my brother to be there when the baby was born.
Okay,
Okay.
so let me
Hi, everyone.
She and,
hi
and my
Julia.
brother just
Let's
now
see
able to see his son, and his son what 3 years old now,
let's
just
see
because
what
the
Julia.
relationship didn't work out.
Okay,
That's
I
my
just
choice.
want to chime in and speak on the visitation rights for the father.
I see
I
somebody got
raised
like an
two.
echo or something in their phone.
Oh, it's probably me.
Is
Hold on, because I think I'm in Facebook. Hold on. And
Okay. Just put it on
I
mute right now. Okay, go
I
ahead.
have two sons and I have a grandson. I had a problem with the young lady my grandson had a child by. She wouldn't let him visit her. What I did was took her to court. When she didn't obey the court order, we took her back to court. There's a such thing called father rights.
Correct.
correct.
That's
The
what I was
mother
gonna
do not
say.
have all the rights. The mother
And
do not have all the rights.
and Julia, let me ask you this. Let me cut you off just for a second. Did you have
Hmm.
a lawyer?
No, I did not.
I didn't think so because my son did.
I
He
went
didn't
in
have a
front of the
lawyer.
judge. Yes, and the court, they recognize when men want to be in their father's, I mean, in their children's life.
Yes, that
So
part.
they want to do everything that they can to make sure that the father is in the child's life.
Right.
And
It's
if
just
she did
paperwork you
not
fill out.
obey,
You
excuse
don't,
me,
Julia. I hate to interrupt you, but let me. I gotta say this. It's very important for me to say this. You don't need a
mhm,
lawyer anytime you go to court. The only reason
Absolutely.
no,
why, and I'm talking about not just child support, I'm saying anything. You don't
Hmm.
need a
that's
lawyer
right.
if you know how to read and represent yourself. You only getting a
Yeah,
lawyer because they already know the laws and they can represent you probably better than you can represent yourself. But you don't need a lawyer to go to court for nothing. Not
you
even a
are correct.
Especially to exercise your parental rights. You're not
exactly.
Right.
fighting a criminal charge. You're not fighting any type of legal. You're going to
You're just
exercise your
speaking on
parental
your
rights.
behalf. You know yourself and you can represent yourself better than anybody. So you're really wasting money to get a lawyer to speak to the judge when you can say the same thing to the judge out your own mouth, even clearer, because you know what's going on in your own case.
That's
Right.
why I was
And
trying to ask the young lady why did her nephew feel the need to get a lawyer? Like what was he fighting?
He didn't
yeah,
have to. He did that because
I
maybe he
don't
was
feel
scared to go before the judge. But go ahead, Julia. We cut you off. I apologize.
Sorry.
yeah. I don't feel that the father should stop trying to see his child because as much as he show up, the child know that he's loved. You understand what I'm trying to say? It doesn't matter if the mother go to jail or not.
I
Hmm.
agree.
The child's feelings come first.
I agree.
Exactly.
I agree.
That's
Totally agree. Now, I'm not saying there ain't no bitter baby mamas out here. We know they are, and we have dealt with
Exactly.
them. But there's something for them, and that is a father have rights. It's not fighting. It's just going to court saying, I have rights and I want to exercise my rights. I don't consider that fighting per se. What are you fighting? All
right.
you do is just going to court and saying, I want
Yes.
to exercise my rights. And
He
I
got
do
the
agree.
lawyer for reinforcement. That's why he got the lawyer because he was
But you
trying,
don't need a
which
lawyer. You just
I
need a
I
judge because you're going in
I
family court.
I
The judge,
understand
the
that,
judge is
but
for reinforcement, not the lawyer. The
well,
Yes.
lawyer is doing exactly what
the,
that individual could have done. The
exactly.
Yep.
But
lawyer
when
is
he
just a
was
representation of you. The
exactly
reinforcement
when he
comes
was
from the
going on
judge.
his own, he kept getting roadblocks because he went to court on his own. He's like, I've been to court. Every time I go to court, it's a continuance, or she bring up, oh, I did I talked to her crazy on this day, and it was always some kind of shenanigans. So he got the
But they had
lawyer.
to mediate. They could have went to mediation. They could have canceled them right there from the
Or
court
use a
eh,
third
and made
party. Or
sure.
use a third party.
Yes, and they would have made sure that these things don't go on.
Mediation
Exactly.
is the first steps that they go through when you trying to when the going through a custody battle, because a lot of stuff people don't know when having a kid. The the world itself, they tell you that your kid, you really don't even have custody of your kid.
You
Every
sure
parent is
don't.
a non custodian parent
Right.
until court
They
papers
Insurance,
had
are
two
filed.
insurance. in certain
50-50.
states, in the state of Arkansas,
in Florida.
if you were not married at the time of the child's birth, all the primary custodial rights goes to the mother. The
Right.
But
father does
the father can go to court and get 50%.
right.
I know that for a fact because I did it with my grandson.
Correct. You are correct. And another thing that
And
I
it
wanted to,
doesn't cost anything. If his name is on that birth certificate, that is his right.
Well, you do have to pay for the
Right.
court date. You have to pay to go to court. You
Yeah,
have to
you have to
pay.
pay the
No,
not
court.
where I'm
But you don't
from.
I
have to.
didn't
But
have to pay
You don't
to
have
go to
to
court.
pursue a
I didn't
lawyer.
have to pay. I
so
went and
I
Well,
have
filed
you
in
I have a
court.
quick question about the school situation when the young lady was saying that the nephew went to the school and then the mother went to the school staff and said that he is not to see his child at that
Uh-huh.
school. That is illegal.
Well, she did
Where
it.
I'm
That's
from,
You
that's
right.
tell her that
illegal.
it's illegal. Well, she
That's
did
right.
it.
no school don't care.
She
School do not
did
care.
it.
The
That
mother
my
go in there.
yeah, the
But
She
he
fill
mother
out that
allowed
form.
it.
My
He
Y'all
daughter's
parents should
allowed
be
father
in
it.
a
did it to
lawsuit because
me.
they cannot, by law, they cannot stop him from seeing his
Yeah, they
child
can't
at
stop
That's
that
him from
school.
right.
that.
My child's daughter, my daughter's dad did it to me. I let my daughter go with her dad for the summer because he had not been in her life. He begged me, "Can you please, please, please? I just want to get to know my child." Okay. Okay. I just need to, I want to be in my daughter's life. I want to get to know her. I want to know her. She was 11 years old. She hadn't even seen him since she was 5. For 6 years, he wasn't in her life. He begged me. I said, "You know what? It's against my better judgment, but you are her father. This is what you want to do. I'm gonna let her spend the summer." I let her stay. I dropped her off on July the 3rd. I'll go back to get my child. This man has told these people, DSF, whatever you want to call them, told them that I abandoned her.
Well, that's
I gave
different.
I
That's
gave her,
different.
That's
but I did,
different.
but
Yeah.
that hold on, but I never abandoned her. He
But what
asked,
I'm saying
can
is
can I keep her?
DSS got involved, so that's different.
No,
Why would
What
they
I'm
get
saying is
no.
involved? Yeah.
the mother cannot go
Can
to the school.
She
The
please
mother
he
can
probably
cannot go
let
to
made
me
the
that
school
up.
and
finish.
say he's not
Let
allowed to see his kid.
he made that
Correct.
up to
He made
DS.
that up.
He
He probably
made
made
that
it up.
up to
You can say
DSS.
whatever.
But
Well,
at the at the
You have these
school,
parents that will sit there and tell a lie just to tell a lie. It don't necessarily mean it's
just
true,
to
but
tell
if
a
they tell
lie.
they go to school and tell a lie, the school is gonna go with whatever was sold.
Yes.
okay, so what
Whatever
I'm
And
lie.
saying
then you
is
get a right
DSS
to
can
go
go
up
to the
in front of a
school.
Okay.
judge.
But this
DSS
wasn't
can go to the school.
Okay,
Well,
one at
it
a
Mind
time
you,
because
wasn't with
we
it
can't hear
wasn't
what
with
any
DS
of y'all saying. One at
it
a
wasn't
time,
with
one at a
DS
time.
it wasn't with DSS. The school, because he went up there to the school. DSS didn't say I can't see my child. He went up to the school himself and he put it in writing that I could not see my child and visit because I went up there to the school. The break is over, summer break is over. I go to pick up my child. She's enrolled in school. I'm like, enrolled in school? Yeah. Her grandmother, the same person who signed for the divorce papers, told me, yeah, Tanya, he enrolled her in school. I said, why would he enroll her in school when he asked just to keep her for the summer? And I'm here back to get her because they start school next week. So I'm here to get her. She said, Tanya, I don't know what's going on. I said, okay, I'm gonna find out what's going on. I'm gonna go up here to the school, get my baby because we going home. I go up to the school. The police was called on me because it was in writing at the school. He had already told them I'm not to come up to the school. I cannot check her out. I cannot visit her and all of this. I said, what in the world is going on? I got custody of her. I've been having custody of her. He just had her for summer break because he asked me, could he get to know his child again? I go to the child support office. That's when I find out that it was paperwork done and he had filed for child support against me. So I was like, child support? And he's like, yeah, well, he got child support when he opened a DSS case. I go to the DHS office because I was a former foster child. I knew everyone at the DHS office. I speak with one of my old caseworkers, and she says, Tanya, well, let me tell you, she said, when this came across my desk, she was like, I couldn't believe it. She was like, because I said, I know her. She was like, but he's reported that you abandoned your child. You gave her to him, you abandoned her, and you went to Arkansas, and now she is in his custody. I said, no, that's not the case. He asked, and I had the text conversation so I could show her. I said, he asked if she could come and visit for the summer. I agreed and I wrote in text, against my better judgment, I'm going to let her come for the summer, but you only have from this time until a week before school starts. When school starts back, I will be there on the dot to get my baby, and we're going back home. That's when he did all the conspiracy. I come back, find out he was getting a check off of her and food stamps on her, and I'm like, I ain't never got nothing on her against you. So what do you mean, and how is it? And when I called the police because he would not get my child back, the police told me I have to take him to court because it is a civil matter. And I'm like, damn, we first of all, we've been broke up. So, but now, and I have primary custody. I had to go and get all the paperwork. I had to get all her school records to show and prove that she had been living with me every year. And it took a lot going back and forth between states to states with money and everything. So no, everything don't take a lawyer. But if you don't know what you're doing, then yes, you need a lawyer to represent you. But
Did you
no
So
get
one,
your
was
daughter back?
you
yes,
communicating
I
with?
I got her back, but the way that I got her back is because I went to his mama. Okay, because waiting on court, they was gonna make me wait 3 months for a court date.
So
So
was
I
you
so I went to
communicating
his.
with him when the child was with him throughout the summer? Like, was you communicating with him then?
Yeah, I
So he
communicated
gave you
with
no
him.
signs
I
that he was
communicated
doing
with
nothing?
her. There was no reason at all whatsoever for him to tell that lie other than the truth sounded better.
Okay, well
With
that's a little
in
dirty.
the custody paperwork that you had on her, did he have visitation rights already lined out in those custody papers?
He had visitation rights because that was deemed important and part of our agreement. So he had visitations. I never stopped him from visiting her. He didn't visit her because I wouldn't fuck him. So when
But
Wow.
isn't
so when
abandonment what state
so
I thought abandonment was 12 months. If you don't have no contact, no
exact
visitation, that's
exactly.
abandonment is 12 months. So how did he get you on
Yeah, how
abandonment?
did they
But a lie ain't
determine that
shit to
you?
tell either.
Yeah, but how did they determine that you abandoned her?
Because
I mean,
all
that he
he
didn't have to
had
show no proof or anything.
all they took was his word of mouth.
All he had
Oh,
to do was just fill out the
He had
paperwork.
absolutely no proof that I abandoned her. He had
wow,
nothing in writing. He had no custody agreement. He had nothing but the lie that he told.
wow.
But
Sound like it's a lawsuit to me.
and it
That's
took
Sound like
what it
it's a
sounds like
Yeah.
to
lawsuit.
me too.
me to go to his mama's house because me and my ex-mother-in-law, even right to this day, and I got a whole nother husband. Me and her, we still cool. That's still my mother-in-law. That's mumsy to me. And I went to her and I said, Mumsy, look, because that's what I call her. Mumsy. I said, and I'm in tears. I said, look, it's gonna get to the point where I'm gonna have to buy you that black dress. I'm trying not to go there because I love you. But your child is playing with me with my baby. He done told these folks that I abandoned her. Like I'm a bad mother. Like I abandoned her and I done ran off into the sunset and I don't want my child. And now they're gonna make me wait 3 months to go to custody. She said, Tanya, give me a little bit. I'm gonna work something out for you. So what she did was she told him, you're gonna give her back the child. He said, no, I'm not. That's my child too. She been having her all this time. I'm not giving her back. My mother-in-law, and I love her to life, she pulled a gun on him and said,
Mm.
you got two choices:
Okay.
to give her baby back,
Mhm.
or I take your life. Those are your
Woo,
choices, because
Jesus.
Tanya has been a good
That's
Wow.
mother.
deep.
Wow.
Tanya
Wow.
has been a great wife to you. You cheated on her. You made a baby on her. She
Okay.
didn't do she didn't do that to you. You did. So, but this is the only way you know you can get to her is by playing with her child. And you not about to do that.
So this
That's the
must
only
vary
way I
by
got my
state
baby back.
because
Oh, wait a
where
minute.
I'm
Can I
from,
ask this
where
question first? Can I just ask this question?
go
So,
ahead.
did you talk to your daughter about her wanting to stay with her dad? Like, was she even in the equation at all?
Yes,
And
I
how old
asked her,
was she?
and that's why I said she was 11. She was
Mm.
11 years
So, what
old.
did the
I
daughter
asked
say?
her,
Did she
I,
want to stay with her dad?
I asked her, did she want to say, and she said, she looked at me and she started crying. She said, Mama, I don't know. I said, baby, look, if you want to stay with him, you can. But I want to hear it from your mouth that that's what you want to do. Because whatever is going to make you happy, that's what I'm willing to do, no matter what it costs me. That's what I'm willing to do if that's going to make you happy. So you tell me what you want and I'll go from there. And she said, Mama, my daddy told me that you don't want me no more.
Wow.
I said, he told you what? She said, Mama, the only reason why I don't want to go with you because my daddy said that you don't want me no more. You gave me that and you was moving to New York
Oh, that was
and you
wrong.
wasn't coming back. And I said, baby, I'm sorry that your daddy told you that. I said, but what did I tell you?
But
What
if
have
y'all
I
was talking
always
every
told you?
day, why was she?
Yes.
But I,
And
I
Yeah,
wouldn't have
it's not
gave my
making sense.
11-year-old no choice. Get your bag and get in the car.
Mhm.
My
so
daughter staying with me. Forget that.
Most
Yeah.
So when
definitely.
she
Care what you
said
want or
that,
not.
and I said, "Baby," I said, "What have I always told you? I don't give a damn what nobody say. I don't care where I go. I'ma always come back to y'all. Because again, now I'm a former foster child.
Mhm.
I've been separated from my mama. I've been separated from my kids and my sisters and brothers. And when I had my children, I made a promise that mine would never, ever have to go through that. And I would be there to the end of time. The only thing that would take me from my kids is God.
Which is why
That's
I can't
that's
get
how I
past
would
the
have been.
school
That's
part. I can't get past the school part. Like how, so I'm guessing that the rules and laws varies by state because where
Yeah,
I'm from, unless you have paperwork saying that this parent cannot have access to this child,
right.
the
Mhm.
schools cannot stop you
Yeah.
from having access
right.
to
Yep,
your
that's
child.
But
true.
That's
it
what I was
varies
Yeah.
in
thinking.
different,
The
yeah, it
school wouldn't
varies
be
Yeah.
in
able to
different
tell me I
states.
can't get my
Yeah, cause
child.
my ex boyfriend, he was at that school faithfully,
Yeah,
and she tried it. She tried it. She tried to
yeah.
go up there and say that he couldn't come up there, and it was nothing the school could do. Nothing.
There's nothing they can do.
It was
Yeah.
Hey,
nothing they could do.
Amar,
Yes.
can
Uh-huh.
we just say, like I said, every situation is different. We
Correct.
In
can
every
agree
state.
to disagree, but every
That's true.
situation is different, and people go through different things.
Mhm.
Everybody's situation is pretty much different. That's all I can say.
That's true. I would agree with that. Everybody's situation is different. And somebody put it down here in the comments. Every state
It's
laws
different.
are different.
It's
We
Mhm.
can sit
different.
Yes,
here
every
and
state
Yeah.
base
laws are
everything
different.
off of one state, but another state may see things differently. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
but I'm gonna tell you this. No offense to any mother or anything like that in here. It ain't no way you don't see my child for 5 years and you about to get her for the whole summer.
No, it
If you
Mm-mm.
don't
wasn't
see
even the
my
whole
child in
summer.
five
It was a
years,
month.
No,
we're gonna do some
no.
baby steps. You can get her for the
Yeah, you get her for a
weekend.
week, yeah, or something like
You
that,
can
but
get it
not
for the
no 3
weekend. Let's see
months.
how
Mm-hmm.
that work
Mm-mm.
out. Yeah, now you can get it for 3 days. Let's see how that work out. Okay, now let's get it for a week. You see how that work out. But a month? Oh hell no.
It
Y'all,
was a month because he stayed with his mom and his
I
mother
don't
was
care.
going to be there, and
Yeah, no.
I trusted his mama, and I'm like, as long as you
Mm-hmm.
gonna be there, and I talked to her, that's the only reason why.
But that's good that you did get your baby back. Let me tell y'all a little something. So my daughter was grown. Well, over the age of 18. She was 19 at the time. No, no, take back it up. She was 18, and her aunt, her dad's sister said, I don't want her to go to college in North Carolina. You've had her all these years. We want her to go to school in Kentucky. And my daughter said, well, mom, I haven't spent time with them. I spent time with y'all, this side of the family. So I think that might be a good idea. I was hurt because I'm sitting up here thinking, my daughter want to go to college away from me, not even away from me, but with her dad that lives in Kentucky and I raised her. So let me tell you how I got around it. I said, are y'all going to help pay for her college? They're like, no. So wait a minute, you want her to go to college where you live, but y'all ain't gonna help pay? Yeah, okay, over my dead body. Heck no. You ain't gonna get your cake, ice cream, and the peanuts on top. Heck no, you ain't helping paying. So guess what she at? In North Carolina college, okay? How you gonna dare say you
Mm-hmm.
want her to come with you? It hurt my feelings that she even considered, but then they didn't want to help pay. Out of the question. Out of the question.
Amara, I just want to tell you that you and I have a lot in common. Both of our husbands are from Mississippi. I am
Yes.
from Kentucky and live in Kentucky right now,
What
but I
part?
also Louisville,
Oh
Louisville,
yeah, we was
Kentucky.
in Fort Knox.
Okay, and I graduated high school in Winston Salem, North Carolina.
Okay, right down the street. Yes, no,
Fun fact.
I'm very protective. I I was more protective over my daughter than I was my son. I'm talking about way more protective over my daughter. Like she spent the night and had a bad experience one time and never again did I ever let her spend the night. Like I was a very protective mom. But if but her dad wasn't her life, he wasn't in her life like she feel like he should have been, or even me feel like he should have been, but he still was a part of her life, always paid child support, this, that, and the other. And he got her every summer. You understand what I'm saying? He don't do holidays and stuff. I told y'all that. But he wanted to get her as an adult and let her go to college and be there for her and so forth and so on. I was like, no, I did not necessarily want her not with her dad. Not that I didn't trust him or anything. I just felt like, sometimes when your kids in college, they do bullying in college too, right? Sometimes when your kid in college and they say, Mom, I need you. I wanted to be able to drive to her right away. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's why I
Mm-hmm.
was like, hey, no, you ain't going to Kentucky. It ain't even about child support. The child support that I get from her dad goes directly to her. Like it goes directly to her. So it's not about child support, but you weren't about to just have my daughter in some college that she ain't used to in a whole nother state and you wasn't paying. Nah, not happening. But back to your case, Nora, I do believe that every situation is different. I do pray that your husband do not give up, and I don't think it sounds like he's not.
He's
Don't
not.
give up. I do believe the son is going to reach out. I just hope that your husband still have an open mind, and it sounds like he's going to be able to accept him. And Nora, let me just say this one thing. I know you said your husband was in the streets and he changed his life, but he got to be able to listen to what the son has to say. The son might have some hurtful things to get off his chest. Allow
Mm-hmm.
him that time.
He
Allow him
will.
to get the stuff off his chest. Then your husband need to say, okay, we got it off. We got it all out. We good. Can we move forward and have a great father-son relationship? Now,
He
if your
will.
husband
Yeah.
don't want to hear it, if he's like, man, that was old, don't bring it up in that may be a problem. But your son, your stepson, your husband's son, He's going to want to talk. He's going to ask some hard questions. Trust me, I have had to answer some hard questions too. Let him get it out.
Mm-hmm.
He will. He'll be open to it because to him, his relationship with his son is very important, and he loves his son dearly. Like I said, they already don't had conversations. Like it just when they together, and the communication is great. And it got better the more he was coming over, and they was living there. But like now, it's back to they moved. We don't know where they at. He's still calling. He get answer machine. And I don't know if y'all know this or not, because I have it, but we have iPhones. And iPhones, the parents can control the kids' phone to where certain phone calls they can block it. They don't have to answer it. Text messages, they can block it with it don't even reach that kid's phone. So I don't know if the son necessarily blocked his dad. Cause like I said, when he'll see his dad, they'll have conversations, they'll talk and whatever, whatever. But, you know, you never know.
But does he still pay child support right now?
Yes, he still pay child support.
Mm. Well, when he goes away to the military, he won't be no longer living with his mom. He won't be up in his mom's guidance. Things will change, but he just have to be open to hear some things, answer some questions that he may not need to answer, and then it'll be fine if that's what he wants. If your husband wants a relationship with his son, he will have it, and let me tell you why. They Kids always come back. They
I told
always
him that.
Mm-hmm.
in the block.
I told him that. I told him
Mm-hmm.
that. I said, once he get older, he have a better understanding. I'll be like, um, I'm gonna say this, like my husband always provided for him, even when he didn't even know he was on child support. He always provided. So the finance part never stopped. You know what I mean? We was giving, even when I was with him, we was giving her money, for him and everything. And all the while I was giving her money, she was collecting cash assistance with DCF. And when you do that, that starts a child support case without actually have to go to court. So that's why we wasn't even aware that he was on child support.
Yeah.
And when you do that,
Well, I
the people want
advise
their money
any
back.
yeah, I advise any guy that's taking care of his child on his own is to keep his receipts.
He had his receipts, but like I said, DCF want their money back regardless of receipt or no receipt.
All he had to do was show it to the judge.
DCF want their money back.
Yeah, because if the child on DCS, what is it called? DCS?
DCF, that's
Oh,
food
DCS.
stamps,
I mean
Medicaid,
DC.
and cash assistance.
Oh,
But they
okay.
would have made her pay back some of it if he was giving her money for child support without the court order. They would have held her responsible for that money being paid back
We never went
if
to
he
court.
had his receipt.
We
Yeah, he
never
gonna
went
have
to
to.
court.
Yeah, he's gonna have to push that a little bit. To try to see if he can get some of those payments
Yeah, you have to
down.
hold on to
Yeah, he gonna
receipts.
have to. He gonna have to put his feet down and do what he got to do. I mean, if he don't care and he just want to pay it,
He
that's
don't care.
fine.
At this point, we
But
don't care. We have paid it down. You know what I'm saying? And it's
yeah,
still getting paid. And like I said, DCF want their money regardless of
gotcha.
whether you was provided for that child or not. When
Yeah,
that mother collect that cash assistance from them, they want that money back from the father. That's
yeah.
why
No, no,
with a
no.
lot
If
of
your husband goes to court and he shows that if he take her back to
He's
court
been
and show
paying.
that he's been providing for that child,
They
the
gonna
judge will
hold
make
her.
her. They will make her pay some of that money back because they gonna ask her, why was you getting
That's right.
services from the DSS or the DHS? Whatever it's called in y'all state.
Mm-mm.
It's DSS in our
no.
state.
And that's not
Listen,
in every state,
Not in
y'all.
every
No,
state,
in
because
Florida,
Wow.
in
they
please,
say
Florida,
no.
if it's
Seminole
not court
County.
order, it's considered a gift. It ain't
Is
even considered
considered a
a child
gift.
Exactly.
support.
That's
Oh.
exactly
Yes.
what the judge told him when we finally went to court and they put it over to a child, like into child support where they can sanction him because he didn't know about it and he was giving her money. They was trying
Yeah.
to take his driver's license, and the judge told him, "Oh, I don't want to hear nothing, none of that. You either make
Yeah,
this
it's a
payment
gift.
or you're
They don't care if
gonna
you
be held in
gay. They don't
contempt."
care if you gave her $100,000. He
$1,000.
robbed
That
the
was a
bank
gift.
and gave her $100,000. They gonna say where was it court ordered and all that stuff. I'm telling you, they
Yep.
gonna consider it a
My son
gift.
has shoe boxes of receipts.
They don't care
Yeah.
about that.
Shoe
Right.
boxes.
And it might be different, like you said, in different states,
It's
Miss Julia.
different
But
in Maryland. It's different in Maryland. If you
Yeah.
can prove that you've been taking care of your child, then they will hold that mother for forgery against DSS.
And it's like that in South Carolina as well.
Right, because she should
oh,
report
okay.
that income that she's getting from the father.
Yeah, she's supposed to report it because they're basing it off of her
Yeah.
and
Well,
But
what
in
she's
down
South
here,
asking
Carolina,
for.
is a gift. Whatever he get. So my son is
Yeah.
on child support for both his kids. If he just so happen to hit the lottery and get him $1,000,
Hmm.
it does not count toward his child support. He has to send it through the child
Through
support
the
child
people
child
support
support.
office.
Correct.
in order for
Correct.
them
Mm-hmm.
to
Well, that would
credit
that's
him.
that's what I be doing then. It'll be going through child support
It'll
court.
be going through child support. Pay
Yeah.
Oh
the
well,
Yeah.
child
And
support up.
I just wanted to make a comment about the father moving forward to building his relationship with his child.
Uh-huh.
Just and I know we keep saying that every experience is different, every child is different or whatever, but as I stated, my oldest boy, who is my middle child, he has a better relationship with my kid's father at this time. The other
Mhm.
two are kind of hesitant because they have questions, like
hmm
your husband's son, they have questions and they want answers. And what when I talk to my kid's father, which is not on a regular basis because our kids are older and I don't have to, he doesn't have to go through me to communicate with them. But when we do have our moments, I tell him, just apologize. Just take what they're saying like a man because there
Yes,
is no
Hmm.
excuses. They don't
yes,
want to hear
Yeah.
why I tried to do this and I tried to do that. I
yes.
said, even
Or
if
I
it
was
Hmm.
in the
hurts you,
street. I didn't have nowhere to, for you to lay
yeah,
your head. They don't want to hear none of that.
No, he never. He never make
even if it hurts
excuses.
you,
He
even if it
apologized
even
every
if
time. Every
even
time he do
if
that.
it's like I apologize because I didn't intend for this to be this way or I didn't intend to make you feel that way. Just apologize, but there is no buts. You know what I mean? And I try my best to make
Right.
my kid's father understand that, but he just would not swallow his pride and just take it for the team and start to rebuild. Like some kids, you just can't have this conversation and then pick up where you left off. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's
They
correct.
want to hear
Hmm.
that. They just want to hear it.
That's
Like
correct.
so.
And let me just tell y'all
Yeah.
this right quick. So, and my husband probably can explain it better, or even his brother. So, my husband's brother, son, so our nephew, his mother, well, they were saying that she was keeping the kid away from him, and I felt the same way that I'm saying now. I told my husband, I said, and I love my brother-in-law, I do, but I said it's his fault because he just let her getting on his nerves stop him from seeing his child. He didn't want to have to deal with her, so he just stopped seeing his child. So as the son got older, son got older, that's when he started back reaching out. The son was rebellious, probably the same what you're going through, Nora. He was rebellious, call his daddy all
Hmm.
type of names, this, that, and the other. But through it all, and I didn't follow it step by step, day by day. But through it all I got to say is when we go to family reunions, guess who's there? The son. They look just a
Hmm.
freaking alike. The son is there. You would think that Derek been in that child's life all his life. You would think that. I don't know exactly what all happened to get them back together, but I know that they did some cussing each other out. It was bad. It was bad. It wasn't good at all. But all I say is when we go to every family reunion that I go to now, guess who's there? His son. His son is an adult, live on his own, and guess what? He is in his dad's life. So they spin the block.
Hmm.
Even though mama might say this, that, and the third, they spin the block.
And when he spin the block, we got nothing but open arms for him. That's it.
Show them love, baby. Show them love, honey.
That's it.
And y'all gonna have some good old family
They is.
reunions
Y'all
too.
live. Hmm.
You will. Y'all
Yeah.
gonna get it
And Mom,
together.
I'm gonna drop down
Thank you,
in
Miss
the
Julia, for
comments.
coming up and telling us
You're
about your
welcome.
your grandson's situation. You said, heck no, I'm gonna take her to court. I love it though.
Look, we had all family members in there, girl. We was
Oh,
in
you
there.
did?
Yeah, I had my brothers, my sons. They took lunch breaks from their jobs. Yeah, we was in
Uh-huh.
there because when
Okay.
a judge sees that a father want to be involved in a child's life, that is a good thing.
Yeah, that
Mm-hmm.
is. And you get
Yeah.
that right judge, and a right judge will tell that mother, you don't dare try to keep that child from
Mm-hmm.
his father.
Yeah.
If I hear that you try it one more time, he will have custody
Yeah.
and you will have
Mm-hmm.
visitation.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Because we had a young black judge, and he
A
laid her
male,
out.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
woo,
male. He laid her out. Yes.
yes. She wasn't ready for that, was she?
No, she wasn't
Mhm.
ready, and she wasn't ready for me.
I know that's right.
Nora, people are saying my condolence to you, praying for you and your family. So people are saying they're gonna keep you and your I'm gonna say your son because he your bonus son.
That's my
Keep
Mm-hmm.
him,
son.
he your son. That's
Yeah,
right. And
it's
be
gonna
there
work
for him
out
because
though.
Well,
he coming back,
I'm gonna
Nora.
drop down the more. I'll
Okay.
be in the comments.
Okay.
Thank you, Miss Julia.
You're
Talk to you
welcome.
soon. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, this is
Listen,
a
I
great
always try to
conversation
catch
to
your
have.
live tomorrow. I always try to catch your live, even when I'm at work. I got my earbuds in. I'm
Same.
listening, and I'm like, dang, I'm at work. I wish I could join, cause boy, some of the conversation I been. I'm like, listen, if I could just get in there, and just say what I got to say.
Yes, but I'm glad y'all come up because you know what? Believe it or not, we need to have conversations like this. I,
Absolutely.
I have always said women have so much knowledge that we can share with each other because you got to
Yes,
think about it. Some of us have experienced things that
Yes, we
some
do.
others haven't experienced.
Mm-hmm.
We have
Yes,
yes.
so
we
much
do.
to share and give each other. That's why I don't understand how we have time to tear each other down when we can offer each other so much
So
more.
much more.
And support. Yeah.
You really can. We have a listen. Y'all can throw a word out there, and I guarantee you, somebody sitting there out there listening right now have went through that, have experienced that, is dealing with it now, just got through it. I mean, trust me, we have so much to offer each other.
I agree. And me, like I said, I'm 33, so I'm still learning more and more through life. But I have been through a lot, in my coming up days, my younger days, and I'm still young now. But I have been through a lot, and I do have a lot to share. And for me, carrying it all inside do bring anxiety for women itself. I carry a
Yeah.
lot of anxiety because I don't really have nobody to talk to. Like I don't have my mama to lean back on
Right,
and be like to share, like, mom, please, it's stuff like
right.
that. So
Right. Well, you
this
don't
is
have to hold it
good.
inside, baby. Listen, you have a soundboard now. You don't have to hold it
Mm-hmm.
inside. And trust me, I totally agree with you. Being able to discuss it and talk to somebody that's maybe been through it, have experience with it, and stuff like that is good. And it's going to relieve so much of your anxiety. Trust
Yes,
me when I
ma'am.
tell you that.
Yep.
I
Let's
believe that.
talk about it.
Yes,
I
I love
believe
that.
that.
Let's talk about it.
Let's
And
talk
Listen,
definitely,
I'm
about it.
gonna tell y'all about my husband. I'm gonna tell you how bad my anxiety. I wake up out my sleep tripping. He be like, "Is you okay?"
hey, did you
I,
wake up punching them? I've done that.
listen, I think this man. At one point, I thought I had to scared him away.
Did you punch him, girl?
I was acting a plum fool. You hear me?
I've had anxiety like that. I didn't woke up screaming. I didn't woke up fighting, but not lately. It's been a while ago. But yes, I didn't woke up fighting. I didn't woke up saying, "Get the snakes off of me!" All type of crazy mess. Get,
Yes.
get him off! Get him off! Get him. Well, I was like, "Girl, what
Oh,
is wrong with you?"
I can't see. I don't woke up blind and my eyes just closed. So listen, my husband like he be looking at me crazy, but he'll tell me about it in the morning. He be like, "You okay?"
Yes, I
And
mean,
I
you know
just gotta
what?
laugh about it, but I know it's just all the anxiety, everything that I carry inside. Because I tell myself, I know I need therapy. Like
Yes,
losing my, I'm telling you, losing my mom was like the worst for me. And then like it triggered something in me that I didn't even know that it can trigger. Like, and then right after losing her, my brother getting shot 6 times. Like all that
mm,
stuff, going through all that. Then my dad died in 2020. Like, whew, I'm like, oh my God. So I carry all of this stuff. Like I carry it, and it does something to me. And it's hard to find people that you can trust, that you can talk to and let everything out.
Ms. Nora,
Yes, ma'am.
did you know that your anxiety is your body's response to the trauma that you've experienced?
I believe that. I believe that.
I was told that by a therapist, one of actually one of my customers that I was talking to who happened to be a therapist. And he was telling me that. He was like, if you start feeling a lot of joint pains and like especially when you're young and you got a lot of joint pains in your hips and stuff, that's your body's trauma because your body remembers the trauma that you've been through. And if you don't let it out, it'll start taking that toll on your body effect. And us as black women, you know, we carry all of our stress and stuff in our hips and our buttocks. We do. I mean,
I believe that.
Somebody said,
I
"Can I
mean,
join the panel?" Yes. Hold on.
but yeah, I mean, get some therapy. I got some therapy. I had to because I was going crazy. I ain't gonna lie, but therapy really helps, and dealing with a lot of past trauma.
Hmm.
The death of my mom made me go to therapy because you know that was my biological mother, and even
Hmm.
though we had been separated and we had went through all that, that was still my rider, my number one cheerleader. And she was one who said, Tanya, I'll be there for you when you need me, and I'll be there when you don't. And I was mad as hell at her, you know, for a long time
Yeah.
because of her own experiences and decisions that she made. But when she died, that was another experience. That was like taking that was my God. She
Mm-hmm.
was my God because she's my creator. And living this life, I mean, we get taught a lot of things. Our parents teach us a lot of things. But one
Yeah.
thing they don't ever teach us is how to live in this world without them when they're
That's
not
true.
here,
Mhm.
That is
especially
so
when they
true.
always been there. And that right there is traumatizing it enough as it is. And me at 44 years old, I had to seek help because I was angry with the world and everything that kept going on. And I just literally went down into abyss because when I get in my feelings, I I distance myself from people. I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't want to tell you how I feel because if I get to telling you how I feel, then the anger and the emotions that's going to arise. And hey, I used to be a booger bear, and when I got angry, then I got violent. I'm just
Hey,
saying
what did
I
you
got
call it? A booger bear? What is
a
that?
booger bear.
I understand
Hey,
that.
honey, look, a booger bear is something that you do not want to see because you look. It is something out of this world. You looking like what in the is really going on? Who is
Now
this
you said
person?
you grew up in a foster care. Was this is this your biological mom you talking about that
Yes,
died or
this is
your
my
adopted?
biological. I see. We went
Did y'all
into
reconnect?
yes, we went into foster care. I was 15 years old when we went
Oh.
into foster care.
Mm.
My aunt called DHS on my mama. Um, after believe it or not, after she set my mother up and had my mother kidnapped and sent to a far away town. But I didn't learn that until after I got older because I had to ask my mom, like, what happened? Where did you disappear to? Because she was never one to leave us and stay gone. But this time she left us and she stayed gone. And she actually found her way back. But she said by looking at the moon and asking God to lead her to where her children were because she was dropped off in a location that she did not know, she didn't know about, and all she did was walk the train tracks until she got too tired where she couldn't walk, and she stopped at this man's house, and he told her that he had been waiting on her because God told him that she was on her way, and he took her from they was like in some boony town in Arkansas, like one of those sundown towns that black women and black people ain't supposed to be at. after
That you
it
gotta
get
get
dark.
home before dark.
Yes, you got to get home before dark, and that's where she was. And this was a white man, but he took her home because he said that he had been praying, and God told him that she was on her way. Well, when my mama come back and make it back to town, and she comes home, we're not there. So she goes looking for us and finds out that we've been taken by DHS. My aunt
Mhm.
had called DHS for my mom because she was upset with my mom because my aunt's husband had a thing for my mama and had been trying to get with my mama for years, and my mama always turned him down. It was like, no, that's my aunt. Like, ugh, like but that's the grown up stuff that they had going on. But I didn't find out until later after I was grown because I'm like, what happened? I was very angry. I didn't talk to my mama for 5 years, 5 calendar years. I would not talk to her. I would not let her in my space, not let her in my world because I'm like, you disappointed me. I mean, I needed you. You were supposed to be there. Like, you the only person that I had. My dad wasn't involved in my life, and he was taking care of other kids. That's why I said if your stepson or is a Virgo, your husband is going to have to apologize to him for not being there, and just that. I'm sorry for not being there, and then be consistent with being there because I was pissed off at my daddy for not being there and even not showing up when I needed him the most when we was put in foster care. But after years later, after me and my mom, my grandmother is the one who made me start talking to my mama because she can get me to do anything in this world. I mean, if she told me to jump off a cliff, Granny, I'm gone. Holla at you. Okay, because my granny told me to jump off the cliff. That's just how I am. My granny, that's my whole heart. I'm a granny's baby. But, once we reconciled and we started talking and I having kids and I'm asking her these hard questions like, what happened? Why weren't you there? Why did you make this decision? And I had a lot, and we started after she answered my questions. She dealt with the hard stuff, the stuff that she didn't want to hear. She had to listen to me vent, and then once she did, we was right back like it had never stopped. And then when she left, it was like I'm about to cry.
Oh,
It was like reliving
Don't cry
me
because you're
being.
gonna make me cry.
It was like
it's
me
okay. Get
reliving
it
me
out, baby girl.
being 15 again, and her
Mm,
not being there.
mm,
And so that was a trigger, and I had to deal with all of that all
mm,
over again. But this time, she wasn't coming back, and there was
mm.
nothing I could do, nothing I could pray about, nothing I could ask God for to make her come back.
But she's
So
still
that's
with you. She never left you. That's what I tell people sometimes.
right.
When people pass on, they still with you. They're not gone. It's just a physical body is gone, baby girl.
Right. I
She's
know.
still
And
with you right now.
hold on. Let me tell you. I know that she is with me.
Mm,
But for a period of time there, it was
mm-hmm,
like, what do I do? Where do I go? What do I do next? I literally thought I was going crazy
mm-hmm,
because I would hear things and I
mm-hmm,
would see things, and I
mm-hmm,
was like, this shit ain't happening. Like, okay, Tanya, you losing your mind. The things would be moved, and
mm-hmm.
I'm like, who is moving? Like, there's nobody in the house. Who moved this? Like I kid you not. Like it was the first year was the hardest, but let me tell you that this is why I thought I was going crazy because my mom died January 30th, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
her birthday is April the 2nd. We went through her first birthday. She's not here. Okay. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm seeing stuff and I'm hearing it, and I'm like, okay, you're going a little crazy. But My daughter had me a shirt made with my mom's name on it, her sunrise date and her sunset date. And I had it set up on a table in my bedroom. I had the shirt
Mhm.
folded up nice and neat, had my mom's phone, a watch that she had, and her a little trinket, little box with her jewelry and all this stuff in. I kept
Mhm.
hearing this beeping. Okay. And I'm like, what is going on? Where is this beeping coming from? I didn't check the alarm, the smoke alarms. I didn't change the batteries in the smoke alarms. I'm like, like, and I keep telling
Mhm.
my, I said, baby, I keep hearing this beeping noise. I keep hearing this beeping noise. And he's like, Tanya, baby, you imagine this stuff. And I was like, no, because I keep hearing this beeping noise, but I can't find out where it's coming from. So I'm
Mhm.
looking, I'm searching, I done searched the whole damn house until finally one day, here it is, because it's the day before my son's birthday. His birthday is June 23rd, the baby boy.
Mhm. Mhm.
And this is the same child that my mama asked me to give to her because I didn't want any more kids. But that's a whole
Okay.
nother story.
Oh, another day.
Whole nother day. So I finally, it's his birthday, and I'm like, oh, it's my baby's birthday. Oh, he turned 21. Oh my gosh, let me call him, and I'm talking to him, and he's sad, and he's in his feelings, and he was like, you know what, Mama? He was like, Mama, I love you. Thank you for the happy birthday. He said, but I want to go because I'm kind of in my feelings. And I said, why, son, why are you in your feelings? And he said, because my grandma would have been sent me a happy birthday. She would have been to call me, you know what I'm saying, a
Mhm.
card or something. He was
Mhm.
like, and this is the first year in my entire life, Mama, I got nothing from my grandma, and I don't know how to deal with that. I said, baby, I understand. I said, I'm here for you. I was
Mhm.
like, and I know it's hard. I was like, because I don't know what I'm gonna do when it's time, my birthday come. I was like, I don't know what to do. I said, because you know, me and Mama, we parted from 11:59 until 11:59 the next
The
day.
next
Okay,
day.
when it when it's my birthday, I was like, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. So I get it, I understand. I said, but I'm gonna get off the phone with you. When you feel like talking later, call me. He
Mhm.
does that. We get off the phone. I go in my room and I'm sitting there and I got tears in my eyes and I'm crying and I say, Mama, you know, this is hard. You didn't teach me how to do this. Now you didn't taught me everything I know in my life, but you ain't taught me how to deal with this. Like, what do I say to him? What do I do, Mama? He said you didn't call to wish him a birthday. And I hear the beeping.
She was calling, baby.
I hear the beeping and I
Mm.
get up because I said, wait, there's that beeping again. I
Mhm.
get up and I follow the sound and it's beeping and it's beeping. And I go to my little bedroom stand where the
The
t-shirt
T-shirt.
is and
Mhm.
everything and the phone.
Mhm.
Y'all, I swear to God, the phone was off. The phone was
It
powered
was off.
off. The phone was powered off. But when
Mhm.
I picked up the phone was beeping. When I opened the phone up, because she had a little basic phone, it said, Happy birthday, grandson.
Oh my God. It was a birthday
It was a
reminder.
birthday reminder.
Oh my
But the
God.
phone was powered off. It wasn't even supposed to be beeping. Yeah. So
Amazing, baby.
so I know she's here because
She's
she
there.
made she made me a promise before she even got sick, before she even, we found her unresponsive because my mom had 3 strokes. That's what happened. She had 3 strokes
Mhm.
back to back, and it messed up her heart because she had like stents and valves and stuff in her heart, and they couldn't get the valves because it got contaminated because she started getting blood clots in it.
Mhm.
But I talked to her that Wednesday, and she was supposed to call me that Saturday, or I call her because we had a thing every Saturday. We would call one in or the other because on Saturdays she wasn't my mama, she was my friend, and she was my sister, and I could call her by her name, and I could cuss if I wanted to, you know.
Mhm. That was your friend.
Yeah, that was my. She was my friend. That
That
was
was
my
your
set.
buddy.
That was my buddy. And on Saturdays, that was my Saturday love. Okay, look that song right there. Who we ain't even.
Saturday
They
love. Yes.
love, yes, because I was born on a Saturday, so I was her
Uh-huh.
Saturday love. Um, so we had that thing, but I talked to her that Wednesday. And she told me, and we talked like all night, and I was like, Mama, why are you? And she's like telling me, I should tell you, I don't take care what nobody say. It's gonna tell me time. I don't care what nobody tell you. I don't give a damn. I don't give a fuck. I love me some Tanya. You hear me? I want you to engrave that in your head. And even when, and I said, well, Mama, why is you talking like this? Why? She said, because baby, I know that I'm in the last quarter of
Mm.
my life. And I want you to know that, yeah, I done messed up. I ain't been the perfect mama. And I probably wasn't the mama that I should have been when I could have been. She said, but that ain't never stopped me from loving you, and I'll
Mm.
be here when you need me, and I'll be here when you don't. I don't care even on the other side. So when the other side came, and when she first left it first, I was crazy. And then I started
Mhm.
recognizing the signs and like, oh, she would let me know that she was there.
She's
Like I
right
got,
there.
yes, I got an old clock. It has no insides. Like, it's one of those old clocks that you ring the thing, you twist the panel and stuff.
Mhm. Mhm.
But you got to wind it up for it to work. But it
Mhm.
has none of the back of it. It only has the frame that shows the time, and it's stuck on
Mhm.
the same time.
Mhm.
Why does that clock ring?
Cause she calling you.
Yep. Whenever I get in my feelings or get it, she'll let me know. She'll let me
She's
know
right
she's
there.
around.
That's
Yeah,
why I
she'll.
tell people, death is not always, and this can be another topic as well.
Yeah.
Death is not always bad. Of course, we miss their physical presence, but they only leave you if you want them to leave you. They're
Yeah.
right there. They're
Right
right
there.
there. You can still communicate, talk, what I mean, you know what I'm saying? Of course, you can't touch them, you can't feel them, that type of stuff, but they're right
Yeah.
there. And
Yeah.
in my opinion, how I look at death, and my I'm not gonna go all into it. I'll just say just a little brief thing. What changed my mind about death was my near death experience with the cancer that I told you guys about.
Uh-huh.
But now, how I look at death is the person that's gone, they winning, they in a
Yeah.
better place, they in paradise, baby. We still down
Okay.
here fighting with freaking demons and stuff. They ain't gotta worry about this no more. If
Find
anything,
True.
it's
bills.
almost like my mama, you could just say to yourself, my mama is in a better place.
Yes.
And she just keeping the seat warm for me, baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
That's how
we
I look at it. I look at no more. Your mama ain't in no more pain. Your mama can't hurt no more. All your mama doing now is talking to the angel, saying, "You know what? Right there, Tanya, I need you to
Yep.
watch over her so I can sleep. And when I wake
Okay.
up, I I'll take over. But while I'm asleep, I need you to watch over her. You know what I'm saying,
Yes, yes. I know
girl?
exactly. I say that all the time. I know I'll be wearing my mama ass out up there, and then like, here you go again. Okay, now look. Now, tell you say you want what? Okay,
Your
now look.
mama, you ain't wearing her out.
Huh?
You ain't wearing her out. She like, girl, I thought you was gonna call me 5 minutes ago. What's up? Why you ain't talking to me? It's
No,
okay, baby. She's in a
I
good
say I'm
place.
wearing her out because I wore her out in real life, like when she was on
Oh,
this side. So that's why I say, as my guardian angel, probably wearing her out even more. She's probably like, this chat. Why she like this? Why she say the stuff that she say? Like, ooh, just cuts up. every day. But she probably laughing and tickled too,
She
cause
laughing.
oh yeah, cause I cuts up a good rug. I told you, booger bro.
Rose
I
said she
guess.
was going on Saturday too.
Ooh, hey, Saturday love. Okay.
So one of the ladies, when you was talking, you probably wasn't paying attention, but she said that she had to go, so she left out. She said, "I can't take this because I just lost my mom today." And Miss Lady, we didn't know you lost your
Oh,
mom. Our condolences are definitely with you. Praying for healing over your entire
Definitely.
family. So
yes,
if you're in here or if you come back to watch this, our condolence against the loss
yes.
of your mom. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sending you
and
a big
healing
old hug,
powers to your
honey.
entire family.
Yes. I'm gonna send you a big old hug. Don't worry though, Mama. She's still there. She'll come back. Just don't be scared. Okay. She'll come back.
Well, more I definitely say, well, we building sisterhood with this
Yes,
platform, and I'm
Yes.
loving it. I'm
I
loving
love
it.
it too. And I'm glad that you told me you was 33 because that means how I said earlier, if you've been here with me from the beginning, we supposed to teach one to reach one, right? So,
Yes,
and that
Hmm.
ma'am.
was the main thing,
Hmm.
while we were supporting Brianna, not because Brianna is perfect, but Brianna is our youth. She's around your age. So I'm glad that you're here to listen to us because this is what we supposed to be doing. You hear me,
Hmm.
Nora?
Yes,
There's a lot
Yes,
of things
ma'am.
that you can learn from women like us. You know what I'm saying? Now, we may
Yes,
not
ma'am.
always say the right thing out of our mouths. Just
Right.
understand that we human, but guess what?
uh-huh.
You will learn a lot around educated, intellectual,
Yes.
people that's connected with their souls. You
Uh-huh.
can learn from us. Trust me, you can.
I really do believe that. That's why I try to, like I said, I be trying to catch a lot during the midday. I be at work, and they been done called me about 5 times. I got them earbuds in my, and I've been on tune them out, but I got my work done. I get my work done, but I still tune them out real because they want to have a conversation. Listen, I'm busy. I'm listening to something right now. So I definitely learn something every time you do YouTube. And if I do
Hmm.
miss your video, I go back and I watch it. I'm like, dang, I missed that.
That's
That would have been
good.
a good lie to go up there and talk to her. But
Yeah.
I'm glad I got to do that tonight. And like I said, it is hard to find people to bond with, to trust, to be able to be open with without being judged.
That's correct.
Um,
Somebody echoing. Somebody got their YouTube on in the background.
yeah. So I'm just happy that, I could be a part of your platform and I could be able
Yes.
to talk to you guys, and
Yes.
I want to be able to I'm closed off. I'm a closed off person. I'm a tourist, and like I said, it's hard for me to trust people. And I want to change that about myself. I want to be able to be open with people and be able to find people that I could confide in and talk to when I'm going through things. Because like I said, I know I need therapy, and I ain't
Hmm.
knocking that, but you got to find time in your day to be able to go sit on somebody's couch and talk to them. But when you
Yeah,
can
it's
just pick up
true.
that phone and call somebody and they can be that listening ear, sometimes people just need an ear. You know what I mean? They just
Yes,
Hmm.
need that ear so they can just get something off their chest. Whether you got some encouraged words for that person or not, sometimes they just need you to listen.
that's
And
right.
that's what
That's
I
what a
need
counselor do.
sometimes.
They listen. That's what a counselor does. They listen. And
Hmm.
you talk more than they do. Because if a counselor talk to you more than you talking to them, then you in the wrong counselor office. So the counselor is
Right.
for you to come pour out your heart, and then they give you advice.
Yes,
And they
ma'am.
have virtual sessions now too, so there's no
They
excuse.
do. I told
Yeah,
y'all
they
my
do.
daughter has a life coach.
It'd be a phone call. I keep mine on
Mhm.
speed dial.
They do. I with my
Yeah.
son, I put him in football for his therapy. Because my mom helped me raise him. I was in school, like I said, I had him when I was in 12th grade. I graduated with a big belly, and once I had him while
I
I
got
was at
pregnant in
work,
12th grade too. I didn't
listen,
Yeah.
I miss,
graduate though. I stopped. I stopped
I miss,
going like
prom. I miss prom. I missed all the good stuff about 12th grade,
I did
I was
too.
like, ugh, I wish I could get that back, but I can't. You know, so I move forward.
It's okay.
I'm gonna live through my kids because I think my son might be coming to prom on the yard. I don't know.
You ain't gotta live through him. You and your husband can dress up in a prom dress and go out to the club,
Look,
girl.
they have adult proms now, honey. You want to
Yeah,
go?
I'm about to
Look,
say, girl, yeah, we
look.
have
You
adult
better,
prom
hey,
now.
dress up and go have your
Dress up
own
and
prom.
get it gone.
Look,
You ain't
my
gotta
Yeah.
baby
live through
was
your baby.
screaming in
Do
the
it, girl.
audience when I graduated. Look,
But yes,
my
um,
senior year. So I'm just saying, look, girl.
well, listen, just to know I got this little platform right here. I'm gonna be here as much as I
Yep.
can be here, and I'm gonna be
You're gonna be
learning, and I'm gonna be
fine.
taking notes, and I'm gonna be listening. And I got something to say. I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, girl, we the
Yes.
bomb.
Look,
We
you
are.
my sister now. You can't do nothing about it. Okay.
I'm
I love
hey,
I love it. I love it.
I need it. I need it in my life. I do. Everybody needs somebody. I
That's
need
right.
it.
Yes.
I
Miss
need it.
Beautiful. Miss Beautiful came on the panel. Did you want to address Nora or you just want to talk in general?
I actually just want to say something in general. I just want to say this, Amora. I really appreciate, this podcast because, believe it or not, this is very um, therapeutic for a
Hmm.
Yes.
lot of us that's been going through a
Yes.
lot of stuff.
It is.
Okay.
And we'll be able to share with other women that are experiencing the same thing. But I do want to encourage the women and men
Mhm.
too, if they're on live, keep that door open for your kids to be involved with the other parent. Keep that door
Yes.
open because as they get older, they're going to establish their own opinion, their own relationship outside of how we feel about
Yes.
that non-custodial, non-involved parent. And the
You
reason
got
why I
that
say that
right.
is because I've dealt with a bitter baby mama and a bitter baby daddy. Bitter baby mama, she filed for back child support on my ex-husband for $64,000 worth of back child support, claimed that he never paid child support. She had an attorney, we didn't. I played as the attorney for my ex-husband. So I put all his W-2s, put
Mhm.
all of the payments that he made, was able to knock that $64,000 down, $64,000 of back child support down to $24,000.
I know that's
Oh
right.
wow, that's
We
a
was
big
going to
chunk.
court. We was going to court almost every other month. The judge literally told us he believed that he paid more than what we was able to present, but he was only able to grant what we was able to present and document.
Mm.
And before we got married, he was telling me he was paying her under the table, and I advised him to go against it because it has to be documented. And he swore up and down that she would not go against him, and she eventually did because we got married. That's how the judge said any payments that he made under the table were gifts.
Yep.
Even with the receipts, they were considered gifts.
Yep. Mhm.
So we could not, even with the receipts, they couldn't deduct it from what he owed. So yes, he ended up paying that $24,000, although we had receipts of him paying that money under the table.
Mhm.
So I just want to encourage the women, even and the men, keep that door open. Even
Mm.
if they consider themselves inconsistent, I guarantee you the kids will get, as they get older, they're going to see that inconsistency. They're going to see that pattern. They're
Mhm.
going to establish their own judgment
Mhm.
and opinion about that non-custodial or absent parent. I always made it clear that I was not going to push my opinion about my kid's father on them. I wanted them to establish their relationship with their father outside of how I felt. I
Right.
know how I felt, but I wanted them to establish that because as they get older, I do not want them to ever say, well, mom said you said this. Well, mom, because you blocked my
Excuse me.
phone, his number, I do not
Mhm.
want that to fall back on me as me being the
Right.
reason why they didn't establish their relationship with that other parent. So that's the reason why I say keep that door open. Even if they be inconsistent. Yes, we are, as mothers, we are very protective over our children. But at
Mhm.
the end of the day, allow our children to establish their own relationship. What our position is to be in this is to catch them. When they're
Mm-hmm.
hurting, we need to soothe them. When they're
Mm-hmm.
hurting, we need to catch them. When they're hurting, we need to make them sure that they're going to be okay.
Right.
But don't interfere with their opinion and their establishment when it comes to the other parent. And
Right.
when I earlier I posted when I said that my dad used to beat my mother all the time. My dad beat my mother. My dad and my mother are still married. They're married over 64 years.
Mm.
My mother married my
Long
dad.
freaking time to be with one person. Jesus.
My mother married my daddy when
Woo.
she was 12. My mother was 12. My dad was 21. And
Whoa.
my grandmother introduced my mother to my dad. My dad and my grandmother were friends.
Is
So
that
they're
even
married.
legal?
They were friends.
But it wasn't in America, was it?
It was America. Yes, yes, yes.
They'll
In
let a
Mississippi.
12-year-old get married?
Yes, in
I thought
Mississippi.
I thought you can get married at 15, but your parents have to sign at
It was
15. I didn't know 12.
my grandmother, which is my mama mother, agreed to it. She's the one who introduced my mother to my daddy.
Mm.
So my mother got married at 12. She had kids. She started having children at 12. They still married to this day. 64
Ooh.
years later, they're still married to this day. My
Wait a
mom
minute, she
married.
started having kids at 12?
My mother started having kids at 12 years old.
God dang. By
And
the
my mother
21-year-old, by your dad?
by my dad. And my mother had 23 kids. 23 kids, but 16 of us are still alive right now. It's 16 of us.
Your mother had 23 kids?
23 kids by my father. And that's
Girl, that's a big family.
and
But
they're
23 kids? Oh, I'm just trying to imagine. God, Jesus. I mean,
yeah,
I know they did it back in the day, but good Lord of mercy. 23
yeah,
times you gotta push, push, push. No, I'm
20.
good.
Yeah, 23, and there's 16 of us alive.
And
And
how old are you?
I'm 44.
Are
I'm
you the
44.
baby?
No, I'm not. I'm a twin, but I'm not the baby.
Oh
I'm the
my
only
God.
twin.
Somebody just asked that. Were there twins and triplets?
Yes, I'm the only twin. We're fraternal twins. I'm the
Did you
only.
have triplets? Did she have any triplets?
No, we're the only twin. We're the only set of
Oh
twins. Now, I
my
have
God.
sisters that are twins, but yeah, we're the only twins. But my dad used to be. He was in the drugs. He was alcoholic. He was on the street. He used to beat my mom all the time, but he stayed involved with us. So even though we saw him beat my mom and doing stuff, and my mother was heavy in the church, when it came to his kids, he made sure we had the best Christmas. He made sure we had the best Easter because we lived in the projects in Chicago, and my mother wouldn't let us, play outside with the other kids, because we were church kids. But at the
Mm,
end of the day, my mother made the decision to leave Chicago to come to the Midwest, to Missouri,
mm-hmm,
and he made that for the best decision of the kids. But at the end of the day, my mother left that door
You're
open for
welcome.
my father. She left that door open for my father to be involved with his kids. My mother never talked bad about our father, even though
mm-hmm,
he was in doing the things that he did. And when he came here, he totally changed his life. And my
mm.
dad tells his story. And he also encourages his daughters, us girls, do not get involved with the men. Do not get involved with how he was.
Oh wow. So he speak against you being with a guy that hits on women.
Yes, he speak totally against it. My father's
Mm,
like, he was in the streets. There was women that was calling my mother, threatening to kill my mom and all of us behind my father. So my dad, as he
mm.
aged, he's like, don't be with a man who put his hands on you. And he actually read some of the men that we got involved with. He was like, he ain't ready. Nope. He trying to control you. My dad would actually tell us, you know,
Wow, he know.
my dad knew.
He know. He was there.
But the
I mean,
fact
he
that
did it. He know he can point you. He can spot it because he was that. He was that guy.
yes. So that's why I said the fact is that Amora is that my mother never spoke against my dad. Regardless of the stuff that he did to my mom and stuff that we witnessed, My mother never spoke against my dad because she made sure that regardless of what they had going on, she wanted her kids to have both father and mother, but she wanted us to establish our own relationship with our father. And to this day, Amora, we love our daddy. Everybody
Now,
loves my daddy.
did your dad ever apologize to your mom in front of y'all since he hit her in front of y'all?
Yes, he has apologized to my mother. He's even testified it, in church. He's a deacon now. So he even testified it in church how he was in the streets, how he treated my mom. He even tell other young men, don't do this. Don't treat your wives like this. Don't talk to them like this.
And
So
they still together, your mom and dad?
they are still together to this day.
Wow.
To this day. So that's why I say, and it's a blessing and a curse. I feel like it's a blessing and a curse more because, you know, some things are generational, and I feel like
Mm-hmm.
because I saw how my mother was able to help my dad and change his life. So
Mm-hmm.
now we get into these old toxic relationships, and then
Oh,
we're
and you
like,
think that you
dang,
can change them.
yes, yes. And I found myself in that position. That's the unfortunate thing about it is I found myself in that position more than once, more than twice, being in a toxic relationship because I seen how great my mama has been to my daddy. My daddy has changed his life totally. And I'm thinking me being the same way my mom has been with my dad, that I could change this man. And
But
but
your
it
mom and dad been married, like you said, since she was 12. That's
yeah,
an investment. You just getting with these guys and they toxic.
yeah,
So learning from your dad, the thing that you should take from him is don't even have a long-term relationship with no a toxic man. Once you start noticing the red flags, run like Forrest. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying? So you won't
yeah,
have years behind you of investment that you upset because you gotta leave behind. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Don't let it get because I mean 64 years, that's a long time. Would I get a
yeah,
divorce after 64 years? Like hell no. Like who would, right? Like I
right.
know people that has gotten divorced after 30 years. I wouldn't even do that. We just have to figure out a way to just get along, you being one, whatever, right? But
Hmm.
that's a lot of investment. But older people have that mentality. It's different the way it is now. Like I think even back when your mom and dad was first got together, whatever, it may have even been legal for men to hit women. I don't think it became illegal until years later. In
Yeah,
some countries, it's still legal for a man to beat his wife if he feels that she's out of control or whatever,
yeah,
disrespectful, out
In
of
the
control.
in the state of Arkansas, Amora, in the state of Arkansas, it's still on the law books that a man can beat his wife on Sundays on the courthouse steps.
What?
On
Yeah,
Sundays,
I said
will be. Hey,
yes.
what can a woman do on Sunday? What can a woman do? Can she hit back?
It
I
doesn't
mean,
say
are
anything
you
about a
serious?
woman, but yeah, a man can beat his wife. He can beat his wife on the courtroom steps, and nothing can be done about it. It's still on the law books. It's a
Lord
ridiculous
Jesus.
law, but it is still a law in
And no one's trying to
Arkansas.
no one's trying to get this law banned.
No
for real.
one, no
Heather
one
said
has
Yeah.
even like said, okay, let's get away with this. This is
Heather
old,
said out of
outdated.
all days of the week, Sunday.
Sunday, yeah, Sunday, right?
He would have to
Yeah.
put his dukes up. I would. Oh my
Okay.
It would
God.
be a law that I
but
would be able
but
to
back
catch
then,
them up to.
but yeah,
I
but
couldn't
back
live in
then
Arkansas.
it was legal that my granny, she was 14 and my granddad was 26 when they got married. So back then it was
14
legal.
and 26. Oh.
Yes. 14. She was 14 years old when she got married.
It was legal back then, Amora. Believe it or not, it was legal back then. Nah, we ain't playing that right now.
No.
But at the end of the day, like I said, my parents are still together. My mother said she could do it differently. She would do it differently. She does not encourage any of us. It's 13 girls. There's 13 of us. That's 13 girls and 3 boys that are currently living right now, and she would not encourage any of her daughters to stay in an abusive or toxic relationship. My dad is against it too. even though he was the abuser. He was extremely toxic. I mean, extremely toxic. But the fact is that he would share his story. He would
Look
share
what
his story
a new day said.
A new
literally.
day. Literally, okay.
So
He say he'll share his story.
yes, my father would share his story. He would share
I
his
wonder.
story.
I wonder, can you get him to come up on the panel and give his
Oh
story? Because
yeah,
that would be amazing.
yeah.
Look, my daddy is about 80 years old. My daddy is one of them men who sit in his chair, in that one chair in the house, and pat his belly and watch Jeopardy all day. The only thing he'll be like
That's
is
living, baby. That's living.
so
He
my
like
dad,
ain't
he'll be
got no worries, and he sit there and
no
guess all the
worries.
answers.
No worries. And he bragged about the kids that he had. My daddy bragged about, that's 23 stars in his crown. My dad is, and he brags about the amount of kids that he have. But at the end,
23
it was a total of 23 of us.
is it all by your mom?
It's all about my mother and my
That
daddy.
sound like my big mom and big daddy. Big mama said I couldn't keep them off of me.
Yeah, and they still alive. But at the end of the day, I just want to, again, I just want to encourage the women, even the men, just keep that door open. Don't don't
Yeah.
don't push your opinion, your feelings, your emotions about the kid's father, kid's mother on your children. Allow them to establish their own relationship outside of you, and they're gonna come to a decision whether if they want to continue their relationship or not. Just don't push your feelings on your kids. That's all I'm saying on that.
Hmm.
So that's all I got to say, more. I ain't long winded.
Well, thank
I'm
you
an
so much,
introvert.
sweetheart, for coming up. We do enjoy everybody that comes to the panel, but especially when they drop us a gem.
You're welcome. No problem.
Thank you, sweetheart. Well, we'll see you in the comments. Okay, beautiful.
Okay.
Y'all, so we do want to just say a little small prayer for Miss Lady. I don't know if she came back, but I don't think so. But let's just say a prayer for her mom. I think it was Miss Lady, right? Let me just make sure. Was it Miss Lady? I think it
I
was
think
Miss
so. It
Lady.
was Miss Lady.
Yeah, Miss Lady. It was Miss Lady. Let's just say a little small prayer. We ain't gonna be speaking in tongues and none of that because I don't do all that stuff. But if y'all do, y'all can go
Okay.
right ahead. But I don't, I don't have that gift. But if we could just say a little prayer for Miss Lady. Heavenly Father, right now we come to you and we just ask you for healing hands over Miss
Yes.
Lady and her entire family, Lord. Right now, we know that they
Yes.
are grieving. They are going through hurt and pain, confusion of why
Yes.
their mother had to go so early, Lord. We just pray for healing,
Yes.
guidance for Miss Lady. She's going to be fine, Lord.
Yes.
Please let her know that she's going to be fine, Lord. Let her know that she will be
Yes.
taken care of and she will be continue to be blessed, whether her mom is gone or, gone to heaven, Lord God. Father God, we just ask
Yes.
for strength for the entire family. Keep them together, pull them together, and help lead the way, Lord. In Jesus' name
Yes.
we pray. Amen and amen.
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 And this lady, you're gonna be fine, girl. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be
Yep.
fine. But cry, get it out. You're gonna cry days and days and days. Get it out, baby girl. You're gonna be
Hmm.
fine now. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. And we
Yep.
gonna be here for you. She lost her mom today. Good Lord. My mom died when I was 20. My brother was 25, so I was 26. And even though my mom didn't raise me, I cried like a baby. I cried like a baby, but I cried because I was like, she called me 3 months before she died, didn't never tell me she was sick or anything. My mom died from breast cancer. Didn't tell me she was sick or anything. And I asked her, that's why I was talking yesterday when I said sometimes it's not good to seek closure because you may get an answer that you don't want to hear. But I asked her, why did her and my dad put us up for adoption? She blamed him. He blamed her. I got pissed off and hung up the phone. 3 months later, she passed away. I didn't even know she was sick. So of course I felt bad, like, oh my God, maybe she was calling to tell me. And I was so mad at her. I hung up the phone in her face and said, don't ever call me again. And I hung up the phone. And I cried. I cried because I was like, dang, she was reaching out to me, but I didn't like the blame game. I didn't feel like neither one of them took responsibility, but that's why I don't try to seek closure. I just find closure on my own. Sometimes questions are better just left unanswered. I'm just form your own opinion. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just better left unanswered. You start trying to get answers and you even get it become more hurt, you know. So yes, touch her, Lord, very much so. Touch her, Lord, give her strength and endurance. Sending my condolence to you in my prayers, Miss Lady. Yes, 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 yes. Y'all, we have been on here for 4 hours and 3 seconds. It wasn't even supposed to be like this. We started off supposed to have this young lady come up. She didn't show up, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. But Nora said it opened more wounds. Yep. Sometimes it does open more wounds. Trying to find closure, sometimes will open more wounds. So today's Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday, y'all. Tomorrow, Friday, we're gonna be talking about anything. We ain't got nothing scheduled. So just anything goes. Anything goes. But two things. If you didn't catch, I'm just putting it on mute so I can hear myself speak. If you didn't catch Main's video, you got to go check out Main's video. It's on let me see the name of the page.
Oh, they done did the video? Okay,
Not the
okay.
Brie Gone, but the other one. It's called Miss Brianna. It
Okay.
is on his page is called I just heard. It's called, let me see. Did somebody put it on there? No, hold on, let me see.
It's something with Maine. Something with Maine.
Yeah, The Rebirth of Maine, You So
Okay.
Funny. So
Mhm.
it's, but I also posted it on my page. So if y'all go to my page, you'll see it. So I saw it already when I was eating, and it's pretty good. And I think it was something else I wanted to say. What was the other thing? Somebody said I put it in your inbox. It's on YouTube. Yes, it's on YouTube and his page. You're right, Spoken. You're right, Spoken. So Lexi, you still up here? You didn't say nothing, girl.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here, girl.
Okay, okay, okay. Yes, so but y'all gotta check that out. And I think that he will be doing the Brie Gone real soon. That's gonna be real good right there. Oh
Yeah,
Lord.
that's the
I
one
can
I'm
only
waiting on.
imagine the Brie Gone.
That's gonna
Brie
be
Gone.
funny.
That's gonna be real funny. Somebody said I just watched it. It's really good. Yep. So make sure you watch it and thumbs up his video too. And listen, 7 people got their memberships today. I just want to say thank you to everybody. If I missed anybody, let me call your names again. It is Cutesy, Lexi, Cynthia, Adria, Devon, and Michelle. Okay, 6 people. I'm sorry. And then Michelle sent me a super sticker. I think that's what it's called. But thank y'all so much. I do appreciate y'all. I did create a group. I haven't added nobody in there yet because you know how people are. They join and you add them to the group and then they snatch back out. So I'm just waiting a little bit to make sure we good. Make sure we good because I don't want, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because I want to share some things with y'all, just, that I don't want everybody else to see. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But thank
Cause they
y'all so
definitely
very
be
much.
over there stealing.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And another thing, we have collected so far 402. Ooh, I probably shouldn't say that out loud, but whatever.
It's okay.
You
It's
know what? I
already
said
out.
I wasn't
They
gonna do that,
they
but
know we
anyway.
was doing something in the way they watch every move we make.
Okay, so far we have collected 402. If anybody on here still want to give, let me put my information up. You can give now. I don't know if I should discuss what we're planning.
Not yet.
Maybe.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, because what yeah. So the gift hasn't been bought yet because it's gonna be custom. I just say that. Custom. We was gonna do something else. And Angela, I'm gonna try to call you. I tried to call you earlier. Probably shouldn't have said your name, but sorry. Sorry. But anyway,
Mara.
okay, I won't say. But it's gonna be custom. I think she's gonna love it. But if you want to give, the Cash App number is right here. The Zelle number is right here. Even if you only can give $5, $10, that would be great. We don't have enough to get what it is that we want, but if we don't get enough, we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out. But if you want to give, please, here's the link right here. Not the link, but the Cash App and the Zelle. Send whatever you can, but hopefully we'll be able to get it real soon. But it's gonna be custom. Somebody said, "Don't do it, don't do it." So don't tell them what it's gonna be. Okay, okay, okay. Somebody said, "Bree better be running like a track star in that video, throwing up deuces and everything, girl." Somebody said, "I don't know how I got in another Let's Talk About It podcast, but that woman going off."
What
Oh,
podcast?
I don't know.
Is she talking about us? Or she talking about another one?
She Tanya, you talking about a different one? Somebody, what we giving for? We're getting Brianna something custom. We're doing something for Brianna. Her supporters are.
Yeah, we getting something for Brianna and Jai.
Somebody said, "What do you mean subscriptions on Facebook on YouTube? What do you mean somebody trying to act like a more?" I doubt it. Let me see. Is it
Oh
called Let's Talk
wow.
About It? Because mine is Let's Talk About It with Amore. It might be a Let's Talk About It. Let's see that woman is going off. Let me see. Now you got me interested to know what podcast is on. Hold on. I see Let's Talk About the Bull. Oh, I do see some Let's Talk About It. Oh, wow. I never even knew that. Yeah, so there's more Let's Talk About It. Oh, wow. Okay. Dang, there's a lot of them. And I noticed the other people have started saying Let's Talk About It as well. I don't know why they do that. I don't know why people, but it's okay. But I've seen a lot of people start on the other side of the street start naming the title of their videos, Let's Talk About It. And then I also heard, and I could just be, I don't know, exaggerating maybe or imagining things, but I also heard that soon to be ex-husband start saying, Let's Talk About It. And I was like, are they just being funny or what? But whatever. Somebody said she tearing the masses up. Who? Yeah, there's only one or more. Mine is Let's Talk About It with the more. No, you have a point. Yeah, I have noticed. So it ain't just me. Have y'all noticed that? Even Jenny, I heard her say, "Let's talk about it." And I was like, what are you doing? But it don't matter. I mean, it's just a phrase, but I have noticed Lupac, Jenny, RH, the Eminem twins. I've heard them use the term, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Somebody said, do you have a time set for tomorrow? I don't. But I notice when I get up and drink my coffee and everything, when I get myself together, it's around noontime, my time, which is around noon, 12, 1, 2, 3, which is like 3 p.m. y'all time. So it may be around 3 or 4 y'all time. They are not original. I noticed that they copy everything. They like just be being copycats or whatever. It's been a
Yeah, I
lot
can
of
hear
new
them over there saying now.
stuff.
Well, she thinks that she's the only one that can say, "Let's talk about it." She thinks she own those words. They just gonna make something out of something.
Yeah,
Anything
they
that we
gonna
do,
say, yeah.
they
Just
just
like
gonna.
when I mentioned old girl is having a podcast, I said, oh yeah, now she want to do DV victims, and she's like, I already came up with the idea, and I haven't launched it yet. I was already gonna do it anyway, and da 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 da. And I'm just thinking
Yeah,
myself
we
saying, yeah,
know.
right,
Yeah, we know.
yeah, right. But it's okay. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do, but you whatever. Because they have no content when it was quiet today. They said, ew, it's quiet. But if
Yeah, they have
you're a
no content.
so-called content creator, so create. Okay. I just
Yeah, they
came on
have
here.
no.
Listen, we had a show scheduled at 8 o'clock. She didn't show. And I said, well, you know what? We're gonna talk about moving on after a breakup. Some people
Mhm.
get in their feelings and don't know how to move on. And here lately has been a lot of men that haven't been able to move on. And I'm not just talking about in the RH world. I'm talking about other guys too. Even that guy, what's the guy named that then got back with his baby mama after he done beat up the girl, the pregnant girl? What is Chris said in Blueface or something like
Yeah,
that?
Blueface and Krishan.
and
They back.
Krishan.
They back together. Uh,
Lord, shut the front door. You lying. Because just the other day,
girl,
he was at the other girl house trying to make Krishan mad. She took him back.
she's really been going back and forth, you know. But I did see that she
Hmm.
announced. I think I seen a video maybe a few days ago. She said that he will not be in that delivery room when she had that baby because she don't need no stress. She don't need no negativity around when she pushing her baby out. She was like, She was like, he will not be in there when I push the baby out. So I
But
was like, well, have they broke up
if she's
again?
not don't want him in the delivery room, why even get back with him? All the stuff
Yeah,
that he didn't
and
put.
that's what I said. Is they not together again? Because she went back over there. I guess she was saying that she wanted to prove a point to the baby mama. The other baby mama. But she was back for a couple of days, and I don't know if it didn't work out or how it worked out. But you know they
But
still got that show going on as well.
but the baby mama only got back with him to piss her off in the first place. What you think about that?
Yeah, it's a back and forth. It's a tit for tat. And I don't really even watch that show. I just been seeing little cuts and stuff, through the media, of their show. I haven't actually like
Or
watched
somebody said they not back
episodes
together.
from.
She went back home.
Oh, okay, 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 okay. Because I know she was saying she was trying to get an apartment and stuff, and then she was like, one day I watched it. She was like, I'm going back, and I was like, wow. So they just be back and forth.
Well, I I don't think that they should be back together because he says things like I know they say she's toxic, he's toxic, they both toxic, but he says things like she liked for him to beat on her, stuff like that. Like she likes it.
Yeah.
That's what she enjoy. Like, well, don't nobody enjoy that bull crap.
Hmm.
But
You are
she
correct.
hits him, he hits her. That's just toxic. And that
Yeah, that's just
baby.
a toxic situation.
But it ain't just him. He ain't the only man out there to
Yeah.
be in his feelings. It's another YouTuber that they broke up. I can't think of the name right off the hand.
I think I know who you're talking about. His name is do he got the dreads? What is his
I can't think
name?
of his name. But he does have dreads.
CJ
Does he
Cool.
have dreads? Let me see.
CJ Cool. Is we talking about CJ Cool?
Is it
So
what was the
cool.
baby mama name? Or the
It started
ex-wife,
with a
should I say?
it
Let me
was started
see.
with the R, I think. Royal.
I think that is it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, CJ So Cool. That's him.
Yeah.
CJ So Cool. He bitter. And it's
Oh
another
yeah.
one
He definitely his feelings.
on yeah, somebody mentioned it. Terry, his wife left him. I think he got like some type of drug problem or stuff going on. Terry and Melissa, and it's another one, y'all. It's on a reality show. Think she live in Alabama or
Bambi.
something.
Oh no
Who
no
is
no
it?
no no. I thought you were saying Bambi and what's his name? Little Scrappy. I know they got a
No,
divorce.
yeah, not them. It's another one.
Okay.
Not Melanie. It's some. I can't think of it, but he cheated on her a whole lot.
Wow.
And she was leaving him, and he mad about that or something like that. I can't think of his name, but anyway, there's a lot of men out here hurting their feelings, this, that,
Mhm.
and the other, knowing that they was the cause of the breakup or something like that, and then they
Mhm.
be all in their feelings, and then they want to go destroy the woman. They want to destroy the woman. That's the thing that I don't get. Just move on. Why are you trying to get your lick back? That's what I don't understand. Stop trying to get your lick back. Just leave.
Yeah, that just goes to what you were saying. The men, they just don't take accountability, and they was just never leaders. They was just never leaders.
Never
They
leaders. You're
never
right.
was in the relationship. They never was.
I'm gonna say this, and I know it's probably not a good platform right now to say it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. So I heard him say he was trying to tell his folks, his followers, his fans that they shouldn't listen to his ex. He didn't come straight out and say it, but you know how he say subliminals and stuff, because he's saying I wouldn't listen to nobody that start a platform. She started a group for domestic violence. I wouldn't listen to nobody that start a platform or support group, this, that, and the other, to go out and talk about things that they never experienced. You understand what I'm saying?
Uh,
And it is so disheartening to hear him even say that, because he knew what she even went through before she met him. So she's still a DV survivor no matter what, and he
correct.
knows that. For
He
him,
knows it.
for him to say start something that she never experienced it. She experienced it with her ex, and she experienced it with
With
him.
you. Mm-hmm.
with him. You understand what I'm saying? But he want to just discount it, and then he call himself gonna give a shout out to all the people that's bashing her. But the way he said it was, go support them because they give out good content. Then he was telling on himself by saying, "Yeah, I heard this person mention me a time or two. They give out good content. I guarantee you, if they stop speaking on him, he will not be supporting them at all." And let me tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
I posted this today, and I'm gonna speak on it just for a little bit, and I'm gonna get off. Let me see the exact words I used. I said, "This is what I said, y'all," and it's 77 people in here, and I want y'all to hear me good and clear. And all I ask is later on that you say, "You know what? You told us. You told us." Okay. I said, mark my word. The same people that will co-sign your BS will be the same people that will watch you crumble. It's coming, trust me. They are going to watch him crumble. And I'm going to even go a step further and say they are going to be the reason. They're going to expose him. Let me just say it like that. They are going to be the one that expose him. Watch. They're going to flip. They're going to turn the corner. And I'm not saying every last one of them. But the block is going to be spinned and they are going to expose him. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. And it's going to be mind blowing. It's going to be mind blowing. It may not be no time soon, but you just keep watching. Just keep watching
Right. It's
because
gonna be a mess.
their eyes are going to open. I guarantee you.
Oh
Let me
yeah.
tell you something. A person like that cannot hide forever. Cannot hide forever. It's coming. It's coming. I don't care what's going on right now. It's coming. And I think it may start with the internet sister, but let's just keep watching. Let's keep watching because right now she's all in her feelings.
Oh yeah, it's coming. It's definitely coming.
It's
It's
coming.
coming. We just don't know when,
We
but
don't
it's
know
coming.
when, and we ain't going to anticipate it tomorrow, the next day, the next day, the next day, the next week, or the next month. But trust me, baby, it is coming. I don't know. I got it in my spirit today earlier, and I said, you know what? It ain't going to be us. We are not going to expose him at all. Brianna is not going to expose him. Him and that side is going to
They
expose him.
they're gonna expose him. He's gonna expose himself. He definitely
He's
is.
going to expose himself and they're going to see it and they're going to be in disbelief. They're going to be
Yep.
like, wait a minute now. Because guess what? Let me say this. Let me say this. Is already taught across the street that, wait a minute, he been with her since February. So does that mean he committed adultery? They already talking about it. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Does that mean he
But he
committed
was trying
adultery?
to put out here like, oh, I'm so celibate and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do in this marriage and I'm not gonna do anything until I'm out this marriage. And the whole time you've been watching them drop it low.
Yes. Listen, we don't have to say anything about it. We don't have to expose nothing else he do. We can still talk about it, things that he do, but we ain't got to expose nothing else he do. He gonna expose himself, and they gonna see it with their own eyes,
Yeah,
and they gonna
yeah.
call him out on it. They
Yeah,
gonna call him out.
when I seen him jump on Red Alive last night, and he was like, "Hey, ladies," and he was shouting out Lou Park, and he was like, "I'm gonna put something together so we can, take y'all ladies out or whatever, whatever." I was like, "Honey, this is gaslighting at its finest. Like, don't worry about it. The cookie's gonna crumble, and it's
It
gonna
is.
crumble soon."
It
But
is.
he
I'm
just
telling you,
jumped
it
in those
is.
comments because he don't want them to stop. And
Exactly.
they were so excited that he even said something. He was like, "Latrice in the comments, y'all." And he said, I was like, wow.
That's how they act. Like it's Michael Jackson or somebody. They're like, oh my God, he came on here and spoke to me. Oh my
Mm-hmm.
God.
Yeah, that's
And
what I
then,
got from there. And I was like, oh my
yeah,
God. Lady so
Yep.
lame. Then Retta was like, yeah, but yeah, if he want me to come, he gonna have to fly me out. He gonna have to fly me out. I guess she felt like, cause I done did this work for you, you got to fly me out. I'm getting
And
VIP.
and then I heard one of them talk about the cruise. Somebody, what are they gonna do? Go on a cruise and eat each other coochie?
They are very upset about that cruise. They were trying to make little subliminals. Oh, little truth, are you going on the cruise? Are you going on the cruise? Oh, don't worry about it, cause baby, we gonna turn up on the
Yes, we're gonna
cruise.
have some fun.
We gonna
I heard
turn up. We
what you
gonna
gonna
show
do
y'all
on
how
that.
it's supposed to be done.
Man, what are you gonna do on that 3-day cruise? You're gonna eat each other out. You're gonna eat each other's coochie. What are you gonna do together? Like, why are you worried about it? Why are you worried about it? Do what y'all do. Why are you worrying about what we gonna do? It don't make no sense. Like, why even like? Do you think that we would have been over here saying, "Oh, y'all going on a cruise? What y'all gonna do? Get on there?" Matter of fact, they said they didn't just say eat each other coochie. They said we're gonna get on there, get drunk, fight, and eat each other coochie. Let me make sure I say that. Get drunk, fight, and eat each other coochie. And I said, we ain't even like that over here. You know what I mean? Them the ones gonna get
No, the
drunk and
only
fight.
thing they was, Mara, the only thing they was doing was telling us the stuff that they would be doing if they was going on the cruise together. That's
Get
all that
drunk,
is. They just
fight.
throwing their stuff out on the stuff that they know that they would do because those are those type of women over there. All of them.
Yes.
Like anyone that agrees with what's going on and saying that they don't see what's going on, it's just got to be either about the money, you don't really care about it, or you just really don't know, like, or you just have no clue of really what's going on.
Yep. Somebody said, who is the other lady up there with a more? Her name is Lexi. Oh, Heather, I'm sorry you won't be able to make it. We'll be doing something else soon. I mean, another time, you know. But those that are able to make it, we're gonna have some fun, y'all. Oh yeah, they were projecting. I just thought it was weird, you know, like why even talk about it? I think they're stupid. No, I think it's gonna be before that. Just wait. Just sit back and wait. Kimberly, you funny. Yeah, seriously. She said, "Hello, Miss Lexi."
Hi, hello.
Kimberly said they can't afford a cruise because they can't even pay their rent. She's so funny. You know they gonna say something about that. We can't afford our rent. We don't rent, we own. No, you live with. Let me shut up. All right, y'all. It's been 4 hours and 26 minutes. It's time to peel off. It's 9:31 here, and I'm sure my husband wants to come in the room without being on camera. He's like, I ain't getting on that camera. I ain't getting on that camera. So, all right. Tonight was a great night. We was able to just still have communication with each other, and it was really, really good. It was really good. Thank y'all so much for all the ladies that came on to share tonight. I appreciate y'all. Much love and respect to everyone. And tomorrow it'll be probably, let me see, tomorrow's Friday. So I'll probably hop on noon my time around 3 o'clock EST, North Carolina time. All right. So, oh yeah, I'm supposed to go get my hair cut tomorrow too. So hopefully I have a haircut before I come on. If not, then I'm gonna have to wait till I get off.
Okay. Well, thank
All
you,
right. Well,
Amara, for having me up here, and I appreciate it. And
thank you for coming up. See
yeah,
y'all later.
thank you.
Bye,
Bye bye.
y'all. Bye, everybody. Good night. Oh, Miss Lady still here? Bye, Miss Lady. We said a prayer for you. Miss Lady, if you hear me, praying for your healing, baby girl. You're going to be fine, Miss Lady. Good night, everyone. Love y'all.